Every wound you carry has a voice, and most of them don't shout. They whisper. They appear when the room is quiet, when the screen goes dark, when the moment has passed and you're left alone with what happened. Someone spoke down to you. Someone betrayed your trust. Someone took from you what they never earned. Long after it's over, their behavior keeps replaying in your mind, not because you're weak, but because no one ever taught you how to let go without becoming hard inside. We were taught to fight back, to prove a point, to get even, to make sure they feel what we felt. What no one tells you is the hidden cost of that path. Anger keeps you tied to the very person you want to escape. Resentment becomes a second injury, quiet, self-inflicted, and slow to heal. The more you replay it, the more space it takes, until your peace becomes collateral damage. The Stoics understood this long before psychology gave it names. They saw that revenge doesn't punish the offender, it poisons the one who carries it. That becoming like those who hurt you is not strength, but surrender. And that the greatest victory is walking away with your character intact and your mind untouched by chaos. The best revenge is not to be like that, not cold, not bitter, not consumed, but steady, clear, and unmoved. This isn't about pretending nothing hurt. It's about refusing to let pain decide who you become. It's about reclaiming your inner peace from people who never deserved that power in the first place. In the moments ahead, we'll explore how the Stoics trained the mind to stay calm in the face of injustice, how they released resentment without becoming passive, and how inner peace became the one thing no enemy could ever take from them. This is not a lesson in weakness, it's a lesson in freedom. Something shifts after you decide not to retaliate. There is a brief silence, almost uncomfortable, where the old habits expect you to react. This is the space where most people turn back, not because they want to, but because bitterness feels familiar. Before we go deeper, it's important to understand what really happens when you let bitterness stay, because this is where the real battle begins, not with them, but inside you. There is a quiet danger that follows every injustice. It doesn't arrive loudly, and it doesn't announce itself as harm. It slips in, disguised as protection. You tell yourself you're being cautious now, smarter, tougher, less naive. But slowly, without noticing, your tone changes. Your patience thins. Your trust closes. And one day, you realize something unsettling. You are carrying the same sharpness that once wounded you. This is moral contagion. Pain spreads when it is not understood. Bitterness behaves like a disease of the character. You don't catch it because you are bad. You catch it because you were exposed too long without healing. When someone treats you unfairly, the first injury is the event itself. The second injury is what happens when you let that event rewrite how you see people, how you speak, how you respond to the world. That second injury is optional, but it feels justified, which is why it's so dangerous. The Stoics warned about this long ago. They believed that people who act badly are already suffering from ignorance, fear, or inner disorder. When you answer their behavior by becoming bitter, you don't defeat that disorder, you join it. You allow their chaos to cross the boundary into your own mind. At that point, the harm no longer depends on them, it lives on through you. Bitterness changes how you interpret everything. Neutral actions begin to feel suspicious. Small mistakes feel personal. Silence feels like rejection. You stop meeting the present moment as it is and instead filter it through an old wound. Life becomes heavier, not because it is worse, but because you are carrying something that doesn't belong to today. This is how the enemy wins without lifting a finger. They are gone, but their impact remains active through your reactions. What makes this especially painful is that bitterness often feels like strength. It tells you that you've learned your lesson, that you won't be fooled again, that you're more realistic now. But realism without compassion hardens into cynicism, and cynicism slowly disconnects you from joy, from curiosity, from warmth. You don't just guard yourself against harm, you also block out what could heal you. The Stoic approach was never about suppressing emotion or pretending you are unaffected. It was about refusing to let emotions take command. They taught that your character is your last line of defense. Once that is compromised, no external victory matters. Becoming bitter may feel like control, but it is actually surrendering your inner order to someone else's actions. There is also a quiet injustice in bitterness that often goes unnoticed. When you grow cold because of one person, you make everyone else pay the price. Future relationships inherit the mistrust they never earned. New moments are judged by old standards. Innocent people are met with defenses built for someone else. In trying to protect yourself, you spread the damage further than it ever needed to go. The Stoics believed that the highest form of resistance is preservation of self, not the ego, not pride, but the part of you that chooses how to act regardless of provocation. When you refuse bitterness, you are not excusing what happened. You are placing it where it belongs, in the past, not in your personality. You are saying, "This ends with me." Letting go of bitterness does not mean you forget. It means you extract the lesson without keeping the poison. You can learn boundaries without becoming hostile. You can gain wisdom without losing softness. This balance is rare, and that is why it is powerful. A person who has been wronged and still chooses clarity over resentment cannot be easily controlled. The final victory of any enemy is not the moment they hurt you. It is the moment you start living as a smaller version of yourself because of it. When you become bitter, they continue shaping your inner world long after they should have lost access to it. The Stoics saw freedom differently than most. Freedom was not about winning conflicts, it was about remaining whole. When you understand moral contagion, something changes. You stop asking how to hurt back and start asking how to stay clean inside. You realize that peace is not passive. It is an active refusal to let another person's darkness decide the tone of your inner life. And once you see that clearly, bitterness no longer feels like armor. It feels like a burden you're finally ready to set down. When bitterness starts to loosen its grip, you begin to feel something else underneath it. Not peace yet, something sharper, a quiet fear. The fear that what touched you might stay in you. Because even if you refuse to carry their anger, there is another trap that can still pull you back into their world. It happens so subtly that many people never notice it until years later, when their own reflection starts to look unfamiliar. There's a particular kind of pain in realizing you've started to act like the very person who hurt you. Not in the obvious ways, not in the dramatic scenes, but in small habits. The tone you use when you feel disrespected, the way you shut down instead of speaking, the need to control the room because you once felt powerless. This is the hidden cost of mimicry. You survive the harm, but you accidentally adopt the shape of it. Mimicry is the mind's shortcut. When something hurts you deeply, your nervous system marks it as danger and starts building defenses. The problem is that defenses can start to resemble the attack. A person who was manipulated may begin to manipulate not because they want to harm others, but because they no longer trust honesty to protect them. Someone who was judged harshly may become hypercritical, thinking it will prevent weakness or failure. Someone who was abandoned may become emotionally distant first, so they never have to feel that loss again. The pain teaches the wrong lesson. Become harder than the world. And slowly, the heart agrees. This is why some people wake up one day feeling numb. They didn't choose numbness on purpose. They chose safety again and again. They chose to hold back, to stay guarded, to keep the upper hand, to never look needy. And over time, what started as a shield became a personality. That is mimicry. The threat is gone, but the posture remains. The Stoics would call this a loss of agency. Not because you lost control of your schedule or your job, but because you lost control of your responses. Another person's flaws became the training ground for your own. When you copy the energy you despise, you are letting their behavior become your teacher. And the worst part is that it feels like justice. It feels like you're adapting, like you're finally learning how the world works. But adapting to dysfunction is not wisdom, it's infection. One of the most overlooked signs of mimicry is how it changes your inner dialogue. If someone constantly invalidated you, you may start invalidating yourself in the same voice. If someone made you feel small, you may start shrinking your own dreams before anyone else can. If someone treated love like a transaction, you may start measuring relationships like debts and payments. This is where mimicry becomes tragic. The person is not even present anymore, but their attitude has moved in and decorated the rooms of your mind. Another sign is how you treat others when you're under pressure. Many people are kind when life is calm. The real test is frustration, stress, fear, fatigue. Under pressure, the old patterns rise. If you grew up around sarcasm, you may use sarcasm when you feel cornered. If you were surrounded by emotional coldness, you may withdraw to punish or protect. If power was used against you, you may crave power when you feel insecure. You don't do it because you enjoy it. You do it because your system remembers what worked for survival. But survival tools are not always life tools. What saved you in one environment can ruin your peace in another. A guarded heart may block toxic people, but it also blocks intimacy. A tough exterior may stop disrespect, but it can also stop connection. A constant need to be right may prevent humiliation, but it also prevents growth. Mimicry keeps you safe in the short term and trapped in the long term. The Stoic answer isn't self-hate or guilt. It's awareness and choice. They believed that every person has a moment between stimulus and response, and in that moment lies freedom. Mimicry happens when that moment is lost, when the response becomes automatic. So the first step is not to be better overnight. It is to catch yourself in the act, to notice when your tone sharpens, when you withdraw to control the outcome, when you assume the worst before anyone has done anything, not to shame yourself, but to reclaim the steering wheel. Then comes the harder part, choosing a new standard, not based on how people treated you, but on how you want to live. This is where the phrase, "the best revenge is not to be like that," becomes real. You decide that your character is not a reaction to their character. You decide that you will not borrow ugliness just because you've seen it up close. You decide to become someone your past cannot explain. This doesn't mean staying soft with people who are unsafe. Stoicism is not about being open to harm. It is about being disciplined in how you protect yourself. Boundaries can be firm without cruelty. Distance can be clean without punishment. Strength can be calm without arrogance. The goal is not to remain unchanged by life. That's impossible. The goal is to change on purpose, not by accident. The moment you stop mimicking what hurt you, something powerful happens. You stop living as proof of someone else's damage. You stop repeating a pattern that was never yours to begin with. You become the person who breaks the chain quietly, without applause, without drama, just with a steady decision. This ends here. After you stop copying the flaws that hurt you, another temptation appears. It feels justified, almost noble. The urge to strike back, to correct the imbalance, to show that you are not someone who can be crossed without consequence. This is where many people believe they are reclaiming themselves. In truth, this is often the moment they walk away from who they really are. There is a quiet moment that happens right before retaliation. It doesn't look dramatic. It feels like pressure, a tightening in the chest, a thought that says, "I can't let this go." In that moment, attention shifts outward. Your focus leaves your values and locks onto the other person. What they did, what they deserve, what you must now do in response. This shift seems small, but it's everything. Because the moment your actions are decided by someone else's behavior, you are no longer acting from yourself. You are reacting from them. Retaliation feels like standing up for yourself, but look closer. When you retaliate, you temporarily silence your own principles to serve an emotional demand. You say things you wouldn't normally say. You act in ways that don't sit right afterward. You cross lines you once promised yourself you wouldn't cross. And later, when the heat fades, what remains is not relief. It's distance. Distance from your own integrity. The Stoics believed that the self is defined by reason and choice. To abandon reason in favor of impulse was, to them, the greatest loss. Not because emotions are wrong, but because emotions are not leaders. When anger takes the wheel, it doesn't ask where you want to go. It just moves, fast, recklessly, and often toward outcomes that require even more emotional cleanup later. One of the cruel tricks of retaliation is that it disguises itself as self-respect. You tell yourself that if you don't respond, you're letting them win. But what does winning really look like? Is it the momentary satisfaction of hurting back? Or is it the ability to look at yourself later without flinching? True self-respect doesn't need to announce itself with damage. It's quiet, it's consistent, and it doesn't need witnesses. Retaliation also fractures your inner alignment. There is a version of you that knows what feels right, and there is a version of you that wants to release the pressure immediately. When you retaliate, you side with the second one. You override your deeper self to serve a temporary urge. Over time, this creates confusion. You stop trusting your own compass because you keep ignoring it. That's self-abandonment. Not dramatic, not obvious, just a repeated decision to step away from your own center. Another cost is how retaliation reshapes your identity. Each time you respond with spite, sarcasm, or cruelty, you rehearse that role. The mind learns through repetition. What starts as just this once becomes easier the next time. Soon, the line between who you are and how you react begins to blur. You don't just retaliate, you become reactive. Life feels like a series of provocations instead of a space for choice. Retaliation also keeps you psychologically tied to the conflict. Even after the exchange is over, your mind stays busy replaying it. What you should have said, what you might say next, whether they understood the message. Instead of moving forward, your energy circles the same event again and again. The person who hurt you continues to occupy space in your thoughts, not because they are powerful, but because retaliation kept the door open. The Stoics saw this as wasted life force. Time and attention are finite. Every minute spent fueling anger is a minute not spent building clarity, skill, peace, or strength. Retaliation doesn't just cost you peace, it costs you direction. You are busy settling emotional scores while your own life waits in the background. Choosing not to retaliate does not mean accepting injustice. It means choosing a response that doesn't require you to betray yourself. Sometimes that response is silence. Sometimes it's distance. Sometimes it's firm, calm boundaries. The difference is not in what you do, but in where it comes from. Action rooted in clarity strengthens you. Action rooted in rage fractures you. There is a deep strength in staying loyal to your values under pressure. It feels uncomfortable at first because the ego wants release. But over time, something stabilizes. You begin to trust yourself again. You realize that your worth is not defended through conflict, but preserved through consistency. No one can take that from you unless you hand it over. Retaliation promises empowerment, but delivers erosion. It asks you to step away from your character for a moment, and then quietly leaves you to deal with the consequences. Refusing it is not weakness. It is self-respect in its most disciplined form. It is choosing to remain whole when everything in you wants to fracture. And once you experience that wholeness, even briefly, you begin to see it clearly. The greatest loss is never what someone did to you. The greatest loss is walking away from yourself in response. When you stop abandoning yourself through retaliation, a new question quietly rises. If my peace doesn't come from striking back, then where does it come from? This is where the ground shifts. Because the deepest form of strength doesn't announce itself, doesn't argue, doesn't prove. It stands on something most people never build: emotional independence. There is a subtle relief that comes when you realize you don't need other people to behave well for you to feel okay. That relief feels unfamiliar at first, almost unsettling. We are used to our moods rising and falling based on how others treat us. A kind word lifts us. A harsh tone ruins the day. Approval feels like oxygen. Disapproval feels like threat. Without noticing, we hand out the keys to our inner state and hope people use them gently. Emotional independence begins when you take those keys back. This doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you stop outsourcing your stability. Your emotions no longer live at the mercy of someone else's mood, attention, or respect. When someone is rude, it no longer defines the day. When someone withdraws, it no longer collapses your sense of worth. You feel the impact, yes, but it doesn't take over. There is space between what happens and who you are. The Stoics considered this the highest form of power, not power over others, but power over self. They believed that the only thing truly under your control is your judgment, not events, not people, not outcomes, just the meaning you assign and the response you choose. Once you understand this, everything changes. You stop chasing control where it doesn't exist and start cultivating it where it does. Emotional dependence often hides behind reasonable excuses. Anyone would be upset by this. They shouldn't have treated me that way. All true. But notice what follows. Your peace is postponed until they apologize. Your calm is delayed until they change. Your happiness is conditional. And conditional peace is fragile. It can be taken at any moment. Emotional independence breaks that pattern. It says, what you did matters, but it doesn't own me. I can acknowledge harm without letting it rule my inner life. This is not detachment from reality. It is attachment to self-command. There is also a quiet confidence that comes with this shift. When you are emotionally independent, you stop negotiating your behavior for approval. You don't perform calmness to look mature. You are calm because nothing inside you is panicking for validation. You don't need to win arguments to feel solid. You don't need to be understood by everyone to trust yourself. This steadiness is deeply unsettling to people who rely on emotional reactions to feel powerful. That is why emotional independence is such a disruptive force. It cannot be provoked easily. Guilt loses its leverage. Manipulation falls flat. Drama runs out of fuel. When someone realizes they can't shake you, they often reveal more about themselves than they ever intended. You don't expose them. You simply stop participating. This independence also changes how you speak. Your words slow down. You don't rush to defend or explain. You listen more carefully because you're not busy protecting an image. You respond instead of reacting. And when you do speak, it carries weight, not because it's loud, but because it's grounded. People feel the difference even if they can't name it. But this level of independence requires discipline. The mind will try to pull you back into old habits, especially when emotions are intense. Anger will argue that independence is indifference. Fear will claim it's avoidance. The ego will insist you're letting things slide. These voices are familiar because they once helped you survive. Now they need to be retrained, not obeyed. The Stoics practiced this through constant inner questioning. Is this within my control? Is this reaction aligned with who I choose to be? Will this matter tomorrow, or am I giving it too much of today? These questions are not meant to suppress feeling. They are meant to create space. Space is where freedom lives. Emotional independence also deepens relationships rather than weakening them. When you no longer need others to regulate your emotions, you stop clinging and stop pushing. You show up more honestly. You listen without defensiveness. You set boundaries without hostility. Love becomes cleaner because it's not tangled with fear of loss or hunger for reassurance. And when relationships end or disappoint, as they sometimes will, the fall is softer. Pain is still there, but it doesn't turn into identity collapse. You grieve without unraveling. You heal without hardening. You move forward without dragging the past behind you. This is why emotional independence is the ultimate power move. Not because it makes you untouchable, but because it makes you unmanageable by chaos. You stop living in reaction to the world and start living from alignment with yourself. When you reach this point, revenge no longer tempts you. Approval no longer controls you. Conflict no longer defines you. You don't need to prove strength because you feel it internally. And that kind of strength doesn't need permission, applause, or validation. It stands quietly, and it lasts. Once emotional independence takes root, something subtle but important becomes clear. You start noticing how often people are judged by their worst moment, and how easily those moments try to shape you in return. This is where another quiet decision appears. Not dramatic, not obvious, just a choice about what you allow to leave a mark. Most people don't meet others at their best. They meet them when they're stressed, insecure, afraid, impatient, or overwhelmed. Words are sharper. Actions are clumsier. Reactions spill out without thought. And when you're on the receiving end of that, the instinct is to treat that moment as truth. To assume this is who they are. Worse, to let it decide who you must become to survive them. But one moment is not a full person. and one interaction is not a life sentence. Refusing to be shaped by other people's worst moments begins with understanding this simple truth. Pain distorts behavior. People say things they don't fully mean. They act in ways they later regret. They project what they can't handle inside themselves. When you take their worst moment personally, you absorb something that was never yours to carry. This doesn't excuse harm. It explains it. An explanation gives you options. When someone lashes out, there is a pause where you can decide what kind of meaning to attach to it. You can decide that the world is hostile and you must harden. Or you can decide that this was a collision with someone else's unprocessed weight. The second choice doesn't make you naive, it makes you free. Many people unknowingly remodel their entire personality around past encounters. One betrayal teaches them never to trust again. One humiliation teaches them to stay small. One cruel comment teaches them to speak harshly before anyone can speak harshly to them. Over time, they don't realize they are no longer responding to life. They are responding to a memory. The Stoics warned against this. They believed that allowing external events to dictate your inner structure is a form of captivity. Not visible, not dramatic, but real. Your character becomes reactive instead of chosen. Your behavior becomes defensive instead of deliberate. And slowly, your life narrows. Refusing to be shaped by someone's worst moment is an act of inner leadership. It means you don't let a temporary storm decide the architecture of your mind. You don't build permanent walls in response to temporary damage. You allow yourself to learn without allowing yourself to shrink. This refusal also requires humility. It means accepting that you, too, have had worst moments. Times when you were not proud of your words. Times when stress spoke louder than values. Times when someone could have frozen you forever in that version, but didn't. Remembering this softens judgment without weakening boundaries. There is also strength in recognizing patterns without absorbing them. You can see that someone is volatile without becoming volatile. You can recognize manipulation without becoming manipulative. You can notice disrespect without internalizing it. Awareness does not require imitation. When you stop letting other people's worst moments define you, your nervous system begins to relax. You stop bracing for impact everywhere you go. You stop scanning every interaction for threat. Conversations become lighter. Decisions become clearer. You are no longer preparing for battles that aren't happening anymore. This shift changes how you remember the past as well. Instead of replaying moments as proof that the world is unsafe, you start seeing them as isolated events in a much larger story. Pain becomes information, not identity. Experience becomes wisdom, not armor. Refusing to be shaped also means resisting the urge to retell old injuries as explanations for present behavior. It's tempting to say, "This is just how I am because of what I've been through." But that sentence quietly hands your future to your past. The Stoics believed that growth begins the moment you stop using yesterday as permission for today's limitations. You are allowed to outgrow what hurt you. You are allowed to remain kind after cruelty. You are allowed to stay open after disappointment. These choices don't deny reality. They redefine it. They say, "What happened mattered, but it does not own me." This approach doesn't mean staying in harmful situations or tolerating repeated disrespect. Refusal is not endurance. It is discernment. You step away when needed. You protect your space. But you do so without letting bitterness rewrite your nature. Distance becomes a tool, not a scar. Over time, this creates a quiet kind of confidence. You stop feeling personally attacked by every rough edge you encounter. You stop taking responsibility for moods that aren't yours. You remain steady while others fluctuate, and that steadiness becomes your signature. The world will always show you its roughest moments. People will have bad days. Systems will fail. Emotions will spill. You cannot control that. What you can control is whether those moments become instructions for who you must be. Refusing to be shaped by other people's worst moments is not indifference. It is wisdom in motion. It is choosing to respond from clarity instead of reflex. And once you make that choice enough times, something settles inside you. You stop living as a reaction and start living as a decision. Once you stop letting other people's worst moments shape you, something else naturally comes into focus. You begin to notice how often words are used as weapons, small ones, sharp ones, casual remarks that linger longer than they should. And here is where another test appears, not in what is said, but in what you choose not to say back. An insult has a strange power only if you pick it up. Most insults are not crafted with truth. They are emotional reflexes. Someone feels small, threatened, ignored, or insecure, and the discomfort looks for an exit. Words become that exit. The insult is not a message, it's a discharge. But when it reaches you, it waits. It waits to see if you will carry it forward. The instinct to respond is fast, almost automatic. A sentence forms in your mind before you even finish hearing theirs. The body tightens. The ego wakes up. Silence suddenly feels like defeat. But this is where the Stoic art begins, not in speaking well, but in not speaking at all. Letting an insult die unanswered is not passive. It is active restraint. It is choosing not to give life to something that depends entirely on your reaction to survive. An insult without response collapses under its own weight. There is no echo, no reinforcement, no proof that it landed, and that absence is deeply unsettling to the person who delivered it. The Stoics understood that insults only injure if they are accepted. Words cannot wound character unless character opens the door. When you rush to defend yourself, you silently agree that the insult had authority. You grant it importance. You treat it as something that requires correction. Silence, on the other hand, refuses the premise altogether. This doesn't mean the insult didn't sting. It means the sting does not get to decide your behavior. There is also a deeper reason this practice matters. Every time you answer an insult, you train your nervous system to stay on alert. You teach it that peace is fragile and must be defended constantly. Over time, this creates exhaustion. You begin living as if every interaction is a potential threat. Letting an insult die breaks that cycle. It teaches your system that not everything requires action. Many people fear that silence makes them look weak. In reality, uncontrolled reaction is what signals vulnerability. Anyone can be provoked. Anyone can lash back. It takes discipline to remain still when provoked. That discipline communicates something without words. You are not easily moved. The Stoics valued this because they believed dignity is preserved through composure. Once dignity is lost, no clever response can restore it. An insult answered with calm silence leaves your dignity untouched. An insult answered with rage hands it away. There is also clarity in silence. When you don't rush to respond, you gain time. Time to observe, time to assess whether the insult reflects anything real or is simply noise. Most of the time, it's noise. Emotional noise from someone else's internal storm. You don't have to walk into that storm just because you heard thunder. Silence also protects you from saying things you can't take back. Words spoken in defense often overshoot their target. They escalate situations that could have ended quietly. They create records, memories, and consequences that outlive the original insult. Letting the moment pass unanswered allows it to end where it began. This practice reshapes your relationship with respect. Instead of demanding it, you embody it. Instead of chasing validation, you withdraw attention from disrespect. Over time, people learn that insults don't work on you. Not because you're indifferent, but because you're grounded. And behavior changes around grounded people. Of course, this doesn't mean you tolerate ongoing disrespect. The Stoic art is not silence forever. It is silence in the moment. Boundaries can come later, delivered calmly, clearly, and without heat. There is a difference between not reacting and not addressing. One preserves control, the other preserves resentment. Stoicism chooses the first and plans the second wisely. Letting an insult die also strengthens your inner dialogue. When you don't echo the insult outwardly, you are less likely to echo it inwardly. You don't replay it as much. You don't argue with it in your head. You don't build stories around it. The mind learns to let go faster when the body doesn't act. Over time, this creates emotional economy. Less wasted energy, fewer mental loops, more presence. You stop carrying conversations that ended days ago. You stop explaining yourself to people who never intended to understand you. Life becomes quieter, not empty, but focused. The Stoics believed that self-mastery shows most clearly under provocation. Anyone can be calm when nothing is happening. The real measure is what you do when your ego is invited to take control. Letting an insult die unanswered is refusing that invitation. And there is a subtle freedom that comes with this refusal. You realize that not every opinion deserves space in your mind. Not every remark deserves a reply. Not every challenge deserves engagement. You begin choosing your battles by choosing yourself first. When you practice this enough, something changes in how you move through the world. Insults lose their weight. Silence feels less like loss and more like choice. You stop feeling pulled into every emotional current that passes by. And in that stillness, you discover something powerful.
Peace doesn't need to defend itself.
When insults no longer pull you into reaction, another layer reveals itself. You begin to notice what actually keeps you intact during moments of pressure. Not clever comebacks, not emotional release, but restraint, quiet, deliberate restraint, the kind that doesn't look impressive from the outside, yet silently protects something essential on the inside, your identity. Anger feels powerful in the moment. It surges quickly, sharpens your senses, gives the illusion of clarity. For a brief time, it feels like control. But anger doesn't preserve who you are. It replaces you. When anger takes over, your values step aside. Your long-term thinking goes offline. Your sense of self narrows to one urgent goal: discharge the feeling. In that state, identity becomes collateral damage. Restraint works differently. It doesn't rush. It holds the line when emotion demands movement. It creates a pause where you remain yourself instead of becoming a reaction. That pause may feel uncomfortable, even painful, but it is protective, because within that pause, your principles stay in place. Anger erodes identity because it trains you to act against your own standards. Each time you say something you later regret, something subtle happens. You lose a bit of trust in yourself. You learn that under pressure you might betray your own values. Over time, this creates inner instability. You're no longer sure how you'll act when challenged, and uncertainty about yourself is deeply unsettling. Restraint rebuilds that trust. Every time you choose not to lash out, You send yourself a quiet message. I can be relied on, even when provoked, even when it's hard. That message accumulates. It becomes confidence, not the loud kind, but the steady kind that doesn't need to prove itself. There is also a difference in memory. Anger leaves behind scenes you replay with discomfort, moments you wish you could edit, conversations that linger like unfinished business. Restraint leaves fewer emotional leftovers. When you hold back, there is less to clean up later. The mind settles faster because it doesn't have to reconcile who you were with, who you believe yourself to be. The Stoics understood that character is shaped most clearly in moments of restraint. They believed identity is not defined by ideals, but by behavior under stress. Anyone can claim to value calm, fairness, or dignity. The real test is whether those values survive friction. Restraint is where values become visible. Anger, on the other hand, simplifies you. It reduces your complexity. Instead of being thoughtful, you become reactive. Instead of being discerning, you become blunt. Instead of being principled, you become impulsive. Over time, repeated anger turns into a personality. People begin to expect volatility from you. Worse, you begin to expect it from yourself. This is how erosion happens. Not all at once, but slowly. A sharp edge here, a sarcastic remark there, a pattern of reacting instead of choosing. The original self, the one who valued clarity, fairness, patience, starts to feel distant, not lost, but buried under habits formed in heat. Restraint preserves identity by keeping you aligned. Alignment means your actions match your inner standards, even when no one is watching, even when provoked. This alignment is deeply grounding. It reduces inner conflict because you're not constantly correcting yourself afterward. You move through life with fewer apologies, to others and to yourself. There is also a strength in restraint that anger never provides. Anger burns energy quickly. It exhausts the body and clouds the mind. Restraint conserves energy. It allows you to stay focused on what actually matters. Instead of fighting every perceived threat, you choose where to invest attention. This selectiveness is a form of intelligence. Restraint does not mean suppression. Suppression pushes emotion down where it leaks out sideways. Restraint acknowledges the emotion without obeying it. You feel the anger, recognize it, and then decide. That decision is what preserves you. You don't deny the feeling. You deny it authority. Over time, this changes how anger shows up. It becomes quieter, shorter, less demanding, because the mind learns that anger is not a command. It's information. Information about boundaries, values, or unmet needs. Once that information is received, the emotion no longer needs to shout. People often worry that restraint will make them invisible or powerless. In reality, restraint makes you legible. People know where you stand because you don't contradict yourself through outbursts. Your behavior becomes predictable in the best way. Calm, measured, consistent. That consistency is what builds respect, not fear, not dominance. The Stoics believe that identity is your most valuable possession because it's the only thing you carry into every situation. Lose money, you can recover. Lose reputation, it can be rebuilt. Lose alignment with yourself, and everything feels unstable. Restraint is the practice that guards against that loss. When you choose restraint repeatedly, something solid forms inside you. You don't feel the need to explain yourself as much. You don't feel pulled to react to every provocation. You recognize anger as a weather pattern, passing, temporary, not something you must become. And slowly, quietly, you notice the difference. Anger leaves you fragmented. Restraint leaves you whole. And in a world that constantly pulls at who you are, wholeness is a rare and powerful form of victory. After restraint becomes familiar, you start to notice something unsettling about the world around you. Not everyone is trying to grow. Not everyone values clarity, patience, or fairness. Many people move through life driven by shortcuts, pressure, fear, and convenience. And in that environment, staying principled can begin to feel like swimming against a strong current.
This is where the quiet rebellion begins.
There is nothing loud about choosing principles in a noisy world. No applause, no immediate reward. Often, there is discomfort. Sometimes, isolation. You may watch others cut corners and advance faster. You may see dishonesty rewarded and integrity ignored. You may feel foolish for caring when others seem to profit from not caring at all.
But this choice is not weakness. It is resistance of a deeper kind.
An ugly world tries to convince you that values are luxuries, that honesty is naive, that kindness is exploitable, that patience is slow. The pressure is subtle but constant. Adapt, it says. Do what works. Over time, many people quietly lower their standards, not because they want to, but because it feels easier than standing alone. The Stoics understood this pressure well. They lived in times of political chaos, social cruelty, and deep inequality. Yet they insisted on one radical idea. Your principles are not negotiable. Not because the world deserves them, but because you do. Your inner life depends on them. Staying principled in an ugly world is an act of rebellion because it refuses to mirror what is broken. It says, I will not let the environment decide my ethics. I will not become efficient at doing harm just because harm is normalized. I will not trade my character for convenience. This rebellion is quiet because it doesn't argue, it doesn't posture, it doesn't try to convert everyone else. It simply continues, day after day, choice after choice. You tell the truth even when a lie would be easier. You treat people fairly even when unfairness is rewarded. You remain calm even when chaos seems contagious. And this consistency does something important. It stabilizes you. When the world feels unpredictable, principles become an anchor. They give you a reference point that doesn't shift with trends or moods. You don't have to rethink who you are every time circumstances change. You already know. That knowledge reduces anxiety. It simplifies decisions. It gives you a steady ground to stand on when everything else feels unstable. There is also a long-term clarity that comes from this path. People who compromise their values often spend years justifying themselves internally. They carry a low-level tension, a sense that something is off. Even success feels hollow when it required becoming someone you don't respect. Staying principled avoids that fracture. You may struggle externally, but you remain aligned internally. That alignment is rare, and rarity attracts attention, even if it's quiet. People notice when someone doesn't bend easily, not rigidly, but thoughtfully. Someone who can say no without anger. Someone who refuses to participate in gossip. Someone who doesn't take advantage just because they can. This kind of presence stands out precisely because it doesn't demand attention. At the same time, staying principled can be lonely. There will be moments when you feel out of step, when you question whether it's worth it, when compromise whispers promises of relief. This is where many people give in, not because they disagree with their values, but because they're tired. The Stoics anticipated this fatigue. They believe that virtue must be practiced like endurance, not dramatic acts, but repeated small ones. Each time you choose principle over impulse, you strengthen the habit. It becomes less exhausting over time because it becomes natural. You stop fighting yourself. An ugly world often rewards speed, dominance, and self-interest. Principles reward something different: coherence. When your actions, words, and values align, life feels less fragmented. You don't perform different versions of yourself depending on the room. You don't switch masks constantly. That simplicity conserves energy. This rebellion also reshapes how you experience injustice. You don't need to become cruel to survive cruelty. You don't need to become dishonest to navigate dishonesty. You recognize ugliness without absorbing it. You protect yourself without corrupting yourself. That distinction matters. Staying principled does not mean being passive. It does not mean tolerating harm or avoiding conflict. It means responding in ways that do not require you to abandon your standards. You can confront calmly. You can walk away firmly. You can say no clearly. Principle is not softness, it is structure. Over time, this way of living builds a quiet authority. Not authority granted by position, but by consistency. People trust what doesn't wobble. Even those who don't share your values sense something solid in you, and whether they admit it or not, that solidity is rare. The world may remain ugly. Systems may stay flawed. People may continue to disappoint. But your inner world no longer depends on fixing all of that. You carry your order with you. You become a stable point in a shifting environment. This is the rebellion most people never notice. Not because it is small, but because it refuses spectacle. It does not shout. It does not threaten. It simply endures. And in a world that constantly pressures you to become less than your best self, choosing to remain principled is not outdated. It is defiant. After choosing to stay principled in a world that often rewards the opposite, something unexpected happens. You realize that doing the right thing doesn't always feel good. In fact, sometimes it hurts more than fighting back ever would. This is the part no one prepares you for, the quiet pain of moral consistency. There is a sharp, immediate relief that comes from a counterattack. Saying the thing you held back, exposing someone, getting the last word. That relief is real, but it is short. Moral consistency offers no such instant release. Instead, it asks you to sit with discomfort, to walk away when your body wants engagement, to stay aligned when every emotion is asking for expression. And that restraint can ache. Moral consistency hurts because it denies the ego what it craves most in moments of conflict: validation. When you don't retaliate, there is no visible win, no proof that you were right, no audience applause. You may even look foolish to others. Silence is often misunderstood. Calm is often mistaken for weakness, and that misunderstanding can sting deeply. There is also the pain of unanswered injustice. When you choose not to strike back, the mind protests. They got away with it. They'll think it was okay. This isn't fair. These thoughts are heavy because fairness feels personal. Moral consistency does not erase them. It asks you to carry them without letting them decide your behavior. That is hard work. The Stoics never pretended this was easy. They acknowledged that virtue often comes with loneliness. When you live by a steady inner code, you stop blending in with emotional crowds. You stop reacting on cue. You don't play the expected role. And when you don't play the role people expect, they don't always understand you. Sometimes they don't like you. That social friction is real pain. Choosing moral consistency also means accepting that some outcomes will not favor you in the short term. You may lose opportunities, you may be overlooked, you may watch others advance by cutting corners you refuse to touch. The temptation to just do it this once can be intense, especially when the cost of integrity feels immediate and unfair. But here is where the deeper truth lives. Counterattacks feel powerful because they create the illusion of balance. Hurt for hurt, damage for damage. But that balance is external and temporary. Moral consistency creates a different kind of balance, internal and lasting. It keeps your inner world stable, even when the outer world feels unjust. And that stability has a value most people only understand after they've lost it. There is a specific pain that comes from acting against your values. It may not show up immediately, but it lingers. A low-level discomfort, a quiet self-disrespect, a sense that you crossed a line you didn't want to cross. Moral inconsistency leaves residue. It stays with you long after the conflict ends. Moral consistency, by contrast, hurts up front but heals cleanly. The pain is sharp, not corrosive. You feel it in the moment, but it doesn't rot inside you. You don't replay the scene wishing you had been someone else. You don't need to justify yourself later. You move on without carrying regret as extra weight. This is why the pain of consistency, though real, is cleaner than the pain of retaliation. There is also the pain of self-restraint being invisible. When you choose not to act, no one sees the effort it took. No one sees the anger you swallowed. No one sees the words you held back. From the outside, it looks like nothing happened. Inside, it was work, and unrecognized effort can feel discouraging. But the Stoics believed that the only witness that truly matters is yourself. When you act in line with your values, you strengthen the relationship you have with your own conscience. That relationship becomes a source of quiet strength. You trust yourself more. You feel grounded. You know who you are, even when others misjudge you. Moral consistency also forces you to confront uncomfortable truths. It removes the distraction of drama and leaves you alone with your choices. There is no emotional noise to hide behind, no righteous anger to mask fear or insecurity. You see yourself clearly, and clarity can be painful before it becomes peaceful. This path is not about being morally superior. It's about being internally coherent. When your actions match your values, life feels less fragmented. You don't live in contradiction. You don't spend energy reconciling who you want to be with what you did. That coherence is worth the discomfort it costs. Over time, something shifts. The pain of consistency becomes familiar, then manageable, then lighter. The urge to counterattack weakens because you no longer confuse relief with resolution. You start valuing long-term peace over short-term release, and that changes how temptation feels. You begin to see counterattacks for what they are, not strength, but escape. Escape from discomfort, escape from patience, escape from self-command. Moral consistency keeps you present. It asks you to stay with the moment without trying to dominate it. That staying is not glamorous. It doesn't make good stories, but it builds something solid inside you, something that doesn't collapse under pressure. In the end, moral consistency hurts because it asks more of you, more awareness, more restraint, more patience. But it gives something back that no counterattack ever can. It gives you yourself, intact, aligned, and at peace with who you chose to be when it mattered most. After walking through the quiet pain of moral consistency, there is one final crossroads that appears again and again in everyday life. It doesn't look dramatic. It feels personal, almost intimate. A moment where emotion asks for release and something deeper asks for loyalty. This is where the choice between catharsis and character is made. Catharsis promises relief. It tells you that if you just let it out, say it, send it, expose it, vent it, you'll feel better. And for a moment, you often do. The body relaxes, the tension drops, the pressure releases. That immediate softness is seductive because it feels like healing. But catharsis is not the same as resolution. It clears the surface while leaving the structure untouched. Character works differently. It does not rush to discharge emotion. It asks you to hold it long enough to decide what kind of person you are willing to be. This waiting can feel uncomfortable, even unfair, especially when you're hurt. But this pause is where identity is protected. When you choose catharsis, you allow emotion to dictate action. The feeling becomes the authority. You may speak truth, but without care. You may express pain, but without direction. You may feel lighter afterward, but something subtle shifts. The standard you live by lowers slightly. You've taught yourself that emotional release outranks personal values. Character asks for the opposite. It asks you to acknowledge the emotion without handing it control. You feel the anger, the sadness, the frustration, but you don't let it decide how you behave. This is not repression. It is leadership. You remain present with the feeling while choosing a response that aligns with who you want to be tomorrow, not just who you are right now. Catharsis feels honest, but it often leaves consequences behind. Words said in emotional release cannot be retrieved. Actions taken for relief often create new problems. Relationships change shape. Trust erodes. Even when you are justified, the aftermath requires repair. Character avoids that damage. It may not feel good immediately, but it prevents future regret. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed that emotions are natural signals, not commands. Anger signals a perceived injustice. Sadness signals loss. Fear signals threat. But signals are meant to inform, not rule. When you confuse information with instruction, you surrender your agency. Character is what restores it. Choosing character over catharsis also changes how you experience emotions over time. When you stop using reaction as release, emotions begin to settle faster. They no longer need to escalate to be heard. The nervous system learns that feelings will be acknowledged without chaos. This creates inner stability. You stop living in emotional spikes and crashes. There is also a deeper dignity in this choice. You don't need to prove how much something hurt you by how loudly you react. You don't need witnesses to validate your pain. You allow your experience to be real without turning it into a performance. This quiet self-respect strengthens the relationship you have with yourself. Catharsis often keeps you tied to the moment that caused the pain. You replay it, you relive it, you retell it. Character loosens that grip. When you choose a response aligned with your values, the event loses its power faster. You don't need to revisit it as much because it didn't pull you out of yourself. This choice also reshapes your future. Each time you choose character, you reinforce an internal identity. I act with intention, even when it's hard. That identity becomes a reference point. In future moments of stress, the choice becomes easier. You're not deciding from scratch each time. You already know who you are. Catharsis offers freedom from discomfort. Character offers freedom from regret. One is immediate and temporary. The other is slow and lasting. The Stoics would always choose the latter, not because they were emotionless, but because they valued coherence over comfort. There will be times when holding back feels like loss, when silence feels heavy, When restraint feels like swallowing something sharp, that discomfort is real, but it is also temporary. The erosion caused by acting against your values lasts much longer. Character protects you from that erosion. Over time, this choice changes how others experience you. You become someone who is steady under pressure, someone whose words are measured, someone whose reactions are thoughtful. People may not always agree with you, but they sense consistency. And consistency builds trust more reliably than intensity ever could. Choosing character over catharsis does not mean you never express emotion. It means you choose when, how, and why. Expression becomes intentional instead of explosive, honest instead of harmful, clear instead of chaotic. This is the final lesson in the Stoic path of inner peace. Not the absence of emotion, but the presence of self-command. Not the denial of pain, but the refusal to let pain define behavior. Not revenge, not reaction, not release, but alignment. In the end, catharsis asks, how can I feel better right now? Character asks, who do I want to be when this passes? And the answer to that question quietly shapes the rest of your life. By the time you've chosen character over catharsis, you may think the hardest work is done. But anger has one last strategy. When it can't control your actions anymore, it tries to change your beliefs. Quietly, patiently. It doesn't ask you to explode. It asks you to adjust your values, just a little, to make room for itself. Anger is persuasive when it lingers. It doesn't always show up as heat. Sometimes it shows up as logic. It starts explaining why certain principles no longer apply, why kindness is overrated, why patience is unrealistic, why fairness is for people who haven't been burned yet. It tells a story where your values are the problem, not the reaction. This is where many people lose themselves without realizing it. You don't wake up one day deciding to abandon your standards. It happens through small edits. You stop believing in second chances because someone abused one. You stop believing in honesty because truth didn't protect you. You stop believing in compassion because it wasn't returned. Anger frames these changes as maturity, as growth, as finally seeing the world clearly. But clarity that requires you to shrink is not clarity. It's armor. When anger tries to rewrite your values, it often uses pain as evidence. Look what happened when you trusted. Look what happened when you stayed calm. Look what happened when you did the right thing. The conclusion feels convincing. Those values failed you, so you start redefining them. Trust becomes control. Calm becomes distance. Integrity becomes convenience. The Stoics warned about this shift. They believed values are not tools for comfort, but commitments to coherence. They don't exist to guarantee good outcomes. They exist to keep you aligned regardless of outcomes. When anger convinces you to change your values based on how others behave, it places your inner code at the mercy of external events. This is a dangerous trade. Once values become conditional, they lose their power to guide you. You start adjusting them to fit situations instead of using them to shape responses. Life becomes reactive. You don't ask, what is right? You ask, what will protect me from feeling this again? That question leads to isolation, rigidity, and emotional narrowing. Anger thrives in that narrowing. One of the clearest signs that anger is rewriting your values is how you justify behavior that once felt wrong. You tell yourself it's necessary, that it's how the world works, that people only understand force, coldness, or indifference. Over time, the line between self-protection and self-betrayal becomes harder to see. Another sign is emotional exhaustion. When values shift to accommodate anger, the mind works overtime to maintain the new story. You have to explain yourself constantly, internally and externally. You defend choices that don't sit comfortably. You replay conversations to justify tone. You feel restless even when nothing is happening. This tension is the cost of living out of alignment. The Stoic approach here is not suppression, but examination. They asked one central question: is this belief improving my character or just soothing my anger? That question cuts through rationalizations quickly. Anger wants relief. Values want coherence. The two are not the same. There is also grief in this process. Sometimes anger tries to rewrite your values because you are mourning the loss of a world where those values felt safe. It hurts to accept that kindness doesn't always protect you, that honesty doesn't always win, that patience doesn't always prevent harm. Anger steps in to resolve that grief by hardening you.
But hardening is not healing.
You can keep your values without being naive. You can adjust behavior without adjusting character. Boundaries can become firmer without compassion disappearing. Wisdom can deepen without trust turning into suspicion. The Stoics believed that values should mature, not mutate.
Maturity refines values. Mutation replaces them.
Refinement looks like discernment, knowing when to engage and when to step back, knowing who deserves access and who does not, knowing when silence is strength and when speech is necessary. These choices strengthen values by applying them intelligently. Mutation looks like abandonment, deciding that principles no longer matter because they didn't prevent pain, deciding that becoming colder is the same as becoming wiser, deciding that anger deserves a permanent seat at the table. When you catch anger trying to rewrite your values, the work is subtle. You don't argue with it aggressively. You observe it. You notice which beliefs feel heavy instead of grounding. You ask whether they make you more present or more guarded, more open or more tense, more yourself or more defended. Values aligned with your true self feel steady even when they're hard. Values rewritten by anger feel tight, brittle, and exhausting. Choosing to return to your values after anger has challenged them is not regression. It's courage. It means you refuse to let pain define your philosophy. It means you are willing to be shaped by intention instead of reaction. It means you understand that principles are not promises of comfort. They are anchors in chaos. In the end, anger will always try to justify itself. It will offer convincing stories. It will dress itself up as realism. But you don't have to accept its edits. Your values are not negotiable responses to pain. They are chosen commitments to who you are. And when you protect them, even after being hurt, you reclaim something deeper than peace. You reclaim authorship over your inner life. After anger stops trying to rewrite your values, another realization quietly settles in. You begin to see how often your energy has been pulled into stories that were never meant to be yours. Arguments you didn't start. Conflicts you didn't choose. Emotional storms that weren't born inside you. And yet, somehow, you were living in them. This is how reactivity works. It doesn't just disturb your peace. It rewrites your role. When you react automatically, your attention shifts away from your own life and locks onto someone else's behavior. What they said, what they meant, what they'll do next. Your thoughts begin orbiting their actions. Your mood follows their tone. Your next move becomes a response instead of a choice. Without realizing it, you step onto a stage they built and start performing in a drama they're directing. Reactivity makes other people the main characters of your inner world. At first, this feels normal, even justified. After all, they provoked you. They crossed a line. They created the situation. But look closer. Who is losing sleep? Who is replaying conversations? Who is adjusting their mood around someone else's unpredictability? The person who reacts is doing the emotional labor. The instigator moves on. The reactor stays trapped in the scene. The Stoics understood that this is where freedom quietly slips away. When your emotions are dictated by external events, your life becomes episodic. Calm one moment, agitated the next, relieved, then resentful. You are no longer living from intention, but from interruption. Someone else's chaos becomes the script you keep responding to, and the more reactive you are, the smaller your role becomes. Supporting characters exist to amplify the story of someone else. Their anger gives meaning to your outburst. Their manipulation gives direction to your defense. Their instability sets the emotional tempo of your day. Reactivity gives them influence they didn't earn, not because they are powerful, but because you are available.
This availability is costly.
When you're reactive, your life feels busy but unproductive, full of emotional movement but little progress. You expend energy managing reactions instead of building direction. You talk a lot about what others did, said, or failed to do, but less about what you are creating, choosing, or becoming. Your narrative shifts outward. The Stoics believed that attention is life's most valuable currency. Wherever it goes, your life follows. When reactivity dominates, attention leaks outward constantly. You become highly responsive and poorly centered. The result is exhaustion, not physical, but existential. You feel drained without knowing why. Another quiet cost of reactivity is loss of authorship. When you are always responding, you stop initiating. You stop setting the tone. You stop deciding the pace. Your emotional world becomes reactive rather than creative. Days are shaped by interruptions instead of intention. This is why reactivity often feels like being stuck, even when things are happening. Reactivity also distorts perception. When you're emotionally hooked, you interpret neutral actions as threats and minor issues as signals. The mind becomes alert, defensive, and narrative-driven. You start reading between lines that aren't there. You assign motives without evidence. Drama feeds on interpretation, and reactivity supplies it endlessly. The Stoics trained themselves to step back from this pull, not by disengaging from life, but by reclaiming perspective. They asked simple but powerful questions. Is this mine to carry? Is this within my control? Will this matter tomorrow? These questions cut through drama because drama depends on immediacy and emotional urgency. Perspective dissolves urgency. When you stop reacting automatically, something surprising happens. The drama loses momentum, not because it's resolved, but because it no longer has a co-star. Many conflicts survive only through participation. Without emotional fuel, they fade or expose themselves clearly. This doesn't mean you avoid responsibility or ignore real issues. It means you refuse to let every emotional provocation become a scene. You choose when to engage and when to remain centered. Engagement becomes intentional, not reflexive. Reclaiming the main role in your life requires restraint, but also clarity. You begin deciding what deserves your energy and what doesn't. You stop explaining yourself to people who are committed to misunderstanding you. You stop chasing closure from those who thrive on confusion. You stop living inside conversations that ended long ago. Slowly, the focus returns inward, not in a selfish way, but in a grounded one. You begin asking different questions. What matters to me right now? What direction am I moving in? What kind of day am I choosing? These questions place you back at the center of your own story, and with that shift comes calm. Reactivity thrives on speed. It needs immediate response, instant emotion, quick judgment. Calm introduces delay. Delay introduces choice. Choice restores authorship. This is why calm feels powerful, not because it dominates, but because it liberates. You start noticing how much space opens up when you're not constantly responding. Space to think, space to plan, space to enjoy moments without scanning for threat. Life feels wider, not louder, not busier, wider. The Stoics believed that dignity comes from self-direction. You are not dignified because others treat you well. You are dignified because you refuse to surrender control of your inner life to their behavior. Reactivity gives that control away one moment at a time. When you stop reacting, you don't disappear from the world. You reappear in your own life. You stop being a supporting character in someone else's emotional script and begin writing your own narrative again, quietly, deliberately, on your terms. And once you experience that shift, the temptation to react loses its grip, because you finally understand the cost. Every reaction that pulls you into someone else's drama pulls you away from your own life. And your life deserves to be the main story. Once you step out of someone else's drama, the noise fades enough for something deeper to be felt. Not the rush of anger, not the need to respond, but a quieter awareness, one that remembers. This is where the real difference between revenge and peace becomes impossible to ignore. Revenge promises intensity, a moment of release, a sharp sense of balance being restored. The body reacts quickly to that promise. Heart rate rises, thoughts sharpen. There's a feeling of movement after stillness. For a brief moment, it feels like power has returned to your hands, but that moment is short, almost fleeting, and when it passes, something else remains. The soul remembers longer than the body does. What most people don't realize is that revenge doesn't end an experience, it extends it. The act may be over, but the memory deepens. The mind replays not only what was done to you, but what you did in return. The tone of your voice, the look on your face, the line you crossed. Even when you were justified, the memory settles differently than expected. This is the long memory of the soul. It doesn't record events the way the ego does. It records alignment. Whether you stayed true to yourself or drifted away, whether you acted from clarity or from heat, whether you became someone you respect or someone you had to explain. The thrill of revenge fades quickly because it belongs to the nervous system, not the conscience. It's chemical, temporary. Adrenaline burns fast. Satisfaction dissolves. But the soul carries impressions quietly and permanently. It remembers how it felt to act against your deeper values, even if the mind insists it was necessary. This is why people often feel unsettled after revenge, even when it worked. The external score feels settled, but the internal balance does not. There's a subtle dissonance, a sense that something didn't land the way it was supposed to. The ego celebrates, the soul stays silent, and silence in this case is not approval. The Stoics understood this difference intuitively. They believed that the soul seeks harmony, not stimulation. Revenge stimulates. Peace harmonizes. One excites the moment. The other stabilizes the life. When you choose revenge, you satisfy a short-term urge at the expense of long-term coherence. The soul does not forget incoherence. This doesn't mean the soul wants passivity. It wants truth without distortion. action without corruption, strength without bitterness. When you act in a way that aligns with who you know yourself to be, the memory rests easily. Even if the situation was painful, the aftermath feels clean. You don't revisit it as often. You don't justify it repeatedly. You don't need to rewrite it to feel okay. Revenge creates the opposite effect. It demands repetition, retelling, reframing, defending. You keep returning to the story because the soul hasn't settled it. Something remains unresolved, not the conflict, but your relationship with yourself. There is also a quiet exhaustion that follows repeated revenge. Each act hardens the nervous system a little more. You become quicker to anger, faster to assume intent, less patient with nuance. What once felt like strength begins to feel like tension. The soul grows tired of carrying unresolved weight. The long memory shows up later, in moments of stillness, when nothing is happening, when the day slows down. That's when the soul brings things back, not to punish you, but to integrate what was never fully processed. If revenge was chosen, the memory often returns with friction. If restraint was chosen, it returns with steadiness. This is why people who consistently choose restraint age differently inside. There is less inner noise, fewer unfinished conversations echoing in the mind, fewer moments they wish they could redo. Their past feels settled, not because it was easy, but because it was met with integrity. The short thrill of revenge cannot compete with that kind of peace. Revenge also trains the soul in a dangerous way. It teaches it that relief comes from harm, that balance comes from retaliation. Over time, this belief shapes character. You begin to look outward for resolution instead of inward for grounding. The soul becomes restless, always scanning for the next injustice to correct. Peace teaches the opposite lesson. It teaches the soul that resolution comes from alignment, that dignity does not require domination, that not every wrong needs a response to be completed. This lesson takes longer to learn, but once learned, it stays. The Stoics believed that a well-lived life is one the soul can rest inside. Not one filled with excitement, but one filled with coherence. Revenge may create memorable moments, but coherence creates a livable inner world. When faced with injustice, the choice is not between action and inaction. It is between two kinds of memory, one that burns brightly and fades, leaving residue behind, and one that settles quietly, leaving space instead of scars. The soul always knows the difference, even when the mind argues otherwise. This is why the best revenge is not the act that feels strongest in the moment. It is the choice you don't have to carry heavily later. The one that lets the soul remain unburdened. The one that allows the past to stay where it belongs. Because long after the thrill is gone, the soul is still living with what you chose, and it never forgets who you were when it mattered. After understanding how the soul remembers far longer than the thrill of revenge lasts, another misunderstanding begins to dissolve. The idea that strength must always announce itself, that power must be loud, that silence means surrender. This belief is so common that not responding often feels like failure, when in reality it can be one of the most precise actions you can take. Not responding is often mistaken for avoidance, for fear, for weakness. But most reactions are not brave. They are automatic. They are reflexes trained by discomfort. Precision, on the other hand, requires control. It requires knowing exactly when action adds value and when it only creates noise.
Precision is intentional silence.
When you don't respond, you are not doing nothing. You are choosing not to scatter your energy. You are choosing not to give clarity to confusion or fuel to provocation. You are choosing timing over impulse, and timing is where real power lives. The Stoics understood that most conflicts do not require participation to resolve themselves. They require distance, time, lack of reinforcement. Words spoken in the heat of emotion often miss their target. They don't clarify, they escalate. Not responding interrupts that escalation. It stops momentum. And momentum is what most emotional situations depend on to survive.
Weakness reacts to everything. Precision responds only to what matters.
There is also an intelligence in recognizing when communication will not be received. Some people are not listening. They are waiting. Waiting to defend. Waiting to attack. Waiting to twist words into weapons. Engaging in those moments is not dialogue. It is donation. You give them your time, your emotion, your presence, and receive nothing but exhaustion in return. Not responding in those moments is accuracy. You are placing your effort where it can actually land. Silence also reveals more than speech ever could. When you don't rush to explain yourself, people expose their intentions quickly. Those who seek resolution will slow down. Those who seek control will escalate. Those who thrive on drama will grow louder. You don't need to analyze them. Their reaction to your silence tells you everything. This is not passivity. It is observation. Precision requires self-trust. You have to trust that your worth does not depend on being understood immediately, that your position does not weaken because it is not defended on demand. That truth does not expire just because you didn't argue for it in the moment. Many people respond quickly because they fear losing ground. They think silence hands victory to the other side. But ground is only lost when you abandon your center. Silence, when chosen deliberately, keeps you exactly where you are, stable, composed, unpulled. The Stoics believed that clarity is fragile in chaos. When emotions are high, clarity shrinks. Responding in those moments often means acting with incomplete information and compromised judgment. Precision waits until clarity returns, until emotion settles, until response becomes choice instead of reaction. This waiting can feel uncomfortable. The ego wants resolution now. It wants the discomfort to stop. Silence delays relief, and delay feels like loss. But this is where precision outperforms impulse. The relief that comes later, from knowing you acted wisely, lasts longer and costs less. Not responding also protects your identity. When you react hastily, you often speak from the narrowest version of yourself. The angry version, the defensive version, the wounded version. Silence allows the fuller version of you to remain intact. You don't reduce yourself to a momentary emotion. There is also a strategic clarity in silence. Words create records, screenshots, memories, consequences. Silence creates none of these. It leaves no material to misinterpret or weaponize. In a world where everything can be replayed and reframed, silence is often the safest and cleanest option.
Precision is not about winning exchanges. It's about conserving integrity.
Over time, choosing not to respond sharpens discernment. You begin to notice patterns, which conversations lead somewhere and which go in circles, which people respect boundaries and which test them. Silence becomes a filter. It separates what deserves engagement from what only demands attention. This practice also changes how you experience pressure. You stop feeling obligated to react immediately. You stop feeling guilty for taking space. You stop confusing urgency with importance. Life slows down, not because less is happening, but because less is controlling you. The Stoics viewed restraint as a form of mastery, not mastery over others, but over the self. Anyone can speak, anyone can react. Few can pause and still remain grounded. That pause is where precision lives, and precision has an effect. People begin to sense it. Your calm becomes noticeable. Your responses, when they come, carry more weight because they are rare and considered. You don't dilute your voice by using it constantly. You speak when it matters, not when you're provoked. This is why not responding is not weakness. Weakness is being unable to tolerate discomfort without acting. Weakness is needing immediate relief at the cost of long-term clarity. Precision is the ability to endure the pause and choose wisely. Silence, when deliberate, is not empty. It is full of intention. It says, I see what's happening. I don't need to rush. I don't need to prove myself. I don't need to participate in every moment that invites reaction. And in a world that mistakes noise for power, that kind of precision is rare.
Which is exactly why it works.
After learning that silence can be precise rather than weak, a deeper realization settles in. Silence alone is not the goal. What truly matters is what guides your behavior when pain is present. Because pain will always show up. The question is whether it becomes a signal or a commander. Pain has a natural urgency to it. It demands attention. It narrows focus. It pushes the mind toward immediate relief. When something hurts, the instinct is to act quickly, to do something that makes the discomfort stop. Most harmful behavior doesn't come from evil intent. It comes from unexamined pain, trying to escape itself. The Stoics recognized this pattern clearly. They did not deny pain. They did not pretend it was insignificant. They simply refused to let it decide who they would be in the moment. To them, pain was an experience, not a rule. When pain dictates behavior, identity becomes unstable. You act one way when calm and another when hurt. Values become conditional. Patience exists only when nothing is wrong. Kindness survives only until it is tested. This inconsistency creates inner conflict. You don't just suffer from the pain itself. You suffer from the version of yourself that pain brings out. The Stoic refusal is not dramatic. It is quiet and firm. It says, "This hurts, but I am still responsible for how I respond. Not because I should suppress my feelings, but because my character matters more than my discomfort." This is not about moral superiority. It is about self-respect. Pain often lies, not intentionally, but convincingly. It tells you that urgency equals importance, that reaction equals protection, that expression equals healing. Sometimes those things are true. Often they are not. Pain has a narrow perspective. It sees only the wound, not the long-term cost of how you respond to it. This is why pain-driven behavior so often leads to regret. You say things you don't mean. You burn bridges you didn't need to destroy. You commit to positions you later realize were fueled more by emotion than truth. The pain fades, but the consequences remain. The Stoics saw this as unnecessary suffering layered on top of unavoidable suffering. Refusing to let pain dictate behavior creates a gap. A pause where you acknowledge the hurt without obeying it. In that gap, choice becomes possible. You ask not, "How do I make this stop?" but "What response keeps me aligned?" This shift is subtle, but powerful. It moves you from survival mode into self-command. This refusal also protects your future self. Pain is temporary, but actions taken in pain can echo for years. The Stoics believed that wisdom means acting with the future in mind, even when the present feels overwhelming. You choose behavior that you won't have to explain, undo, or carry heavily later. There is also a dignity that comes from this refusal. You don't need to advertise your pain through destructive action. You don't need to make others feel what you feel to validate it. Your experience is real without becoming a performance. This quiet dignity stabilizes you internally, even when the situation remains difficult. Pain wants movement. The Stoic response offers containment. Containment is not suppression. It is holding emotion without letting it spill into harm. When pain is contained, it begins to soften on its own. When it is acted out, it often intensifies, feeding on the consequences it creates. Another reason this refusal matters is that pain is not always accurate. It exaggerates threats. It narrows perception. It convinces you that the current moment defines everything. Acting under its command often means acting on distorted information. The Stoics trusted reason to recalibrate perception, not erase emotion. Refusing pain's authority also changes how pain shows up over time. When the mind learns that pain will be felt but not obeyed, it loses its leverage. It no longer needs to escalate to be noticed. Emotional waves become shorter and less overwhelming. You stop fearing pain because you trust yourself inside it. This is one of the Stoics' greatest insights. The fear of pain often causes more damage than pain itself. When you fear being overwhelmed, you react prematurely. When you trust your ability to endure, you respond thoughtfully. That trust grows each time you refuse to let pain hijack your behavior. The refusal is not coldness. It does not disconnect you from humanity. In fact, it deepens empathy. When you are not ruled by your own pain, you are less likely to project it onto others. You listen better. You judge less. You recognize that pain is influencing behavior everywhere, not just in you. This approach also restores agency. Instead of feeling pushed around by internal states, you feel anchored. You may still hurt, but you are not lost inside the hurt. You remain present. You remain you. That continuity is essential for inner peace. The Stoics believed that peace does not come from eliminating pain, but from removing its power to control. Life will injure you at times. Loss will come. Disappointment will arrive. None of this can be prevented. What can be prevented is the collapse of character in response. Refusing to let pain dictate behavior is not denial. It is authorship. You acknowledge the pain fully, then decide deliberately. You choose responses that reflect your values, not your wounds. You allow pain to pass through you without rewriting you. And over time, this practice changes everything. Pain becomes something you experience, not something you become. You no longer ask pain what to do. You ask yourself. And that question, asked honestly, repeatedly, is where real freedom begins. When pain no longer controls your behavior, something quietly begins to rebuild inside you. It doesn't announce itself. It doesn't arrive with relief or excitement. It feels more like steadiness, like standing on ground that no longer shifts beneath your feet. This is where self-trust starts to return. There is a particular moment that reveals whether you trust yourself or not. It's when you are hurt and no one is watching. No audience, no judgment. Just you, the impulse to strike back, and the choice to walk away. Foregoing revenge in that moment does something powerful. It tells you that you can endure discomfort
without losing yourself. Self-trust is not built through confident statements or self-belief. It is built through evidence. Quiet proof that when tested, you did not abandon your values. Revenge feels tempting because it promises control. But every time you give in to it, you teach yourself something dangerous. That under pressure, you cannot be relied on. That your emotions run the show. That your word to yourself is flexible. Foregoing revenge teaches the opposite lesson. When you choose not to retaliate, you show yourself that you are capable of restraint even when it costs you emotionally. You prove that your behavior is not hostage to impulse. That proof settles deep. It doesn't fade when emotions cool. It becomes part of how you see yourself. This is why self-trust feels different from confidence. Confidence depends on outcomes. Self-trust depends on integrity. You may not like how a situation ends, but you respect how you handled it. And that respect matters more than the outcome ever could. Revenge often leaves behind a strange emptiness. The moment passes, and instead of feeling stronger, you feel exposed. You wonder if you went too far, if you crossed a line, if you became someone you don't recognize. That doubt erodes self-trust quietly. You begin to second-guess yourself, not just in conflict, but in life. Foregoing revenge avoids that erosion. There is nothing to undo, nothing to explain, nothing to justify later. The mind rests easier because it knows you stayed aligned. That ease accumulates. Over time, it becomes a baseline sense of stability. The Stoics believed that self-trust was the foundation of inner peace. If you cannot rely on yourself, no external success will feel secure. You will always be bracing for your own reactions, always wondering what you might do under pressure. That internal uncertainty is exhausting. Foregoing revenge removes that uncertainty. There is also a long-term clarity that comes from this choice. When you know you won't betray yourself for short-term relief, decisions become simpler. You don't need to debate every impulse. You already know the standard. That consistency reduces inner conflict. Life feels less chaotic because you are no longer arguing with yourself internally. Another quiet benefit is emotional recovery. When you don't retaliate, healing begins sooner. Not because the pain disappears faster, but because it isn't complicated by regret. You don't have to process both what happened to you and what you did in response. There is only one wound, not two. Foregoing revenge also sharpens self-respect. You don't need to prove strength through harm. You feel strong because you exercised control. This kind of strength is internal. It doesn't depend on being seen or acknowledged. And because it's internal, it's stable. People who trust themselves are harder to destabilize. They don't panic when things go wrong. They don't rush to defend every slight. They don't overreact to emotional triggers. They know they can handle discomfort without falling apart. That knowledge is grounding. This self-trust also changes how you approach future conflict. You don't fear provocation as much. You don't brace for emotional loss. You know that even if something hurts, you will respond in a way you can live with. That assurance reduces anxiety before it even starts. Foregoing revenge does not mean you never act. It means action comes from clarity, not from injury. Boundaries are set calmly. Distance is created cleanly. Consequences are allowed without bitterness. These actions reinforce self-trust because they are deliberate, not reactive. The Stoics taught that the person you must live with the longest is yourself. If you damage that relationship, no victory will compensate. Foregoing revenge protects that relationship. It preserves the inner dialogue. You don't become someone you need to argue with later. Over time, this creates a deep sense of reliability. You stop wondering who you'll be when things get hard. You already know. That knowledge is calming. It allows you to move through life with less fear of yourself. This is why foregoing revenge is not loss. It is investment. You trade a moment of release for a lifetime of inner stability. You give up the thrill and gain something far more valuable, trust in your own character. And once that trust is solid, it becomes unshakable. No insult can take it. No injustice can steal it. No provocation can override it. Because you have proven again and again that you will not leave yourself behind. And that kind of loyalty is the strongest foundation a person can stand on. When self-trust becomes steady, another shift happens almost without effort. You stop asking how you feel in order to decide how to act. Instead, you begin asking what is appropriate, what is reasonable, what aligns with your deeper nature. This is where the Stoics placed their greatest emphasis, not on emotion, but on nature. Acting according to nature does not mean ignoring feelings. It means understanding what feelings are meant to do and what they are not meant to control. Emotions are signals. They inform you that something matters, but they are not instructions. When emotion becomes the driver, behavior becomes unstable. When nature becomes the guide, behavior becomes consistent. The Stoics believed that human nature is rational, social, and capable of choice. To act according to nature is to act in a way that reflects those qualities, even when emotions surge. Anger may tell you to strike. Fear may tell you to hide. Pride may tell you to dominate. Acting according to nature asks a different question. What response preserves balance? This is where silent power lives. Power that comes from emotion is loud. It demands recognition. It needs reaction to feel real. Power that comes from nature is quiet. It doesn't seek approval. It doesn't need to prove itself. It simply acts in alignment with what sustains order, internally and externally. When you act according to emotion, your behavior changes with your mood. When you act according to nature, your behavior remains stable even when emotions fluctuate. This stability is deeply grounding. It allows others to predict you. More importantly, it allows you to trust yourself. The Stoics observed that emotion narrows perception. It pulls attention inward toward discomfort or desire. Nature expands perception. It considers context, consequence, and proportion. Emotion asks, "How do I feel right now?" Nature asks, "What is the right measure here?" That difference matters. Acting according to nature does not suppress emotion. It contextualizes it. You feel anger, but you don't obey it. You feel fear, but you don't retreat blindly. You feel sadness, but you don't collapse into it. Emotion is allowed to exist without being placed in command. This approach changes how you experience strength. Strength is no longer the ability to overpower or outreact. It becomes the ability to remain appropriate under pressure, to choose proportion instead of excess, calm instead of chaos. That restraint is not passive, it is precise. There is also freedom in this alignment. When emotion rules, you are constantly negotiating with yourself. You question your reactions. You second-guess your words. You replay moments, wondering if you went too far or not far enough. Acting according to nature reduces this inner friction. Decisions feel cleaner. Outcomes feel easier to accept. Nature also brings timing into focus. Emotions push for immediacy. They want resolution now. Nature understands rhythm. It knows when to speak and when to wait, when to act and when to step back. This timing often looks like patience, but it is actually awareness. The Stoics believed that impatience is a form of blindness. It rushes action before understanding has settled. Acting according to nature allows understanding to catch up. It lets the moment fully reveal itself before response is chosen. This prevents unnecessary damage. Another quiet power of this approach is how it affects others. People sense when someone is not driven by emotion. There is a steadiness that cannot be manipulated easily. Provocation loses its leverage. Drama runs out of fuel. Even conflict takes on a different tone. Calm behavior sets the temperature of the room. This does not mean you never assert yourself. Acting according to nature includes firmness, boundaries, clear decisions. But these actions come without emotional charge. They are not attempts to win or punish. They are expressions of order. When you act from emotion, the action often outlives the feeling. You deal with consequences long after the impulse has faded. When you act according to nature, the action fits the moment. It doesn't overshoot. It doesn't require cleanup later. That efficiency preserves energy. The Stoics saw nature as a compass, not rigid rules, but guiding principles. Act with reason, act with fairness, act with restraint. These principles do not change based on mood. They provide continuity. And continuity is what creates inner peace. Over time, this way of acting reshapes your inner world. Emotions become less threatening because they are no longer in control. You stop fearing anger, sadness, or fear. You know they will pass through without dragging you with them. That confidence quiets the mind. Acting according to nature also deepens humility. You stop believing that every feeling deserves expression. You accept that not everything needs a response. You recognize that your role is not to dominate every situation, but to participate wisely. This is why the power is silent. It does not need to be seen to be real. It shows up in consistency, in restraint, in clarity, in the absence of regret. When you live this way, people may not always notice what you didn't do. They won't see the words you held back, the reactions you chose not to have, the impulses you refused to follow. But you will know.
And that knowing is enough.
Because when you act according to nature, not emotion, you stop being dragged through life by feeling alone. You become anchored, present, directed. And that quiet alignment becomes a strength that does not fade, no matter what the moment brings. When acting according to nature becomes familiar, a sharper distinction appears. You begin to see how often people speak of justice while secretly serving something else. Pride, wounded identity, the need to feel superior. This is where justice quietly breaks down. Not because it's wrong, but because ego has taken the lead. Justice without ego is rare because ego wants credit. It wants to be seen as right, strong, victorious. It wants recognition for standing up, for calling out, for correcting others. Ego does not seek balance. It seeks affirmation. And once ego enters the picture, justice stops being about what is fair and starts being about who wins. Most conflicts escalate not because justice is unclear, but because ego refuses to step aside. Ego-driven justice is loud. It explains itself repeatedly. It gathers witnesses. It demands agreement. It turns every disagreement into a referendum on worth. The original issue gets buried under tone, posture, and performance. What could have been resolved cleanly becomes a battlefield of identity.
Justice without ego looks very different. It is quiet, direct, uninterested in applause. It does not need to humiliate to correct. It does not need to dominate to be firm. It is focused on resolution, not validation. And because it is not fueled by personal image, it is far more effective. The Stoics understood that ego distorts judgment. When your sense of self is on the line, clarity collapses. You stop asking what is right and start asking what protects your pride. That shift is subtle but decisive. From that moment on, the outcome matters less than the appearance of strength. Justice without ego requires something most people avoid: self-separation. The ability to distinguish between "this is wrong" and "I feel wronged." One is about order, the other is about identity. When those two are fused, justice becomes personal, and personal justice almost always overreaches. This is why ego-free justice feels restrained. It doesn't rush, it doesn't exaggerate, it doesn't turn every issue into a moral spectacle. It addresses what needs to be addressed and stops there. No extra damage, no emotional overflow, no need to prove a point beyond what is necessary. That restraint is what makes it effective. People resist ego-driven justice because they feel attacked. Even when the point is valid, the delivery triggers defense. Pride meets pride, and the original issue is lost. Ego-free justice does not provoke the same resistance because it does not threaten identity. It addresses behavior without defining the person by it. This distinction matters deeply. Justice with ego says, "You are wrong." Justice without ego says, "This is not acceptable." One invites battle, the other invites correction. The Stoics believed that justice is a social virtue. Its purpose is harmony, not domination. It exists to restore balance, not to display moral superiority. When justice becomes a performance, it loses its function. When it becomes precise, it regains power. Another reason justice without ego is rare is that it requires inner security. If you need to feel important, being right is intoxicating. If you need validation, winning an argument feels like survival. Ego-free justice is possible only when your self-worth is not dependent on the outcome, when you don't need to look strong to feel strong. This security allows you to act cleanly. You can set boundaries without anger. You can correct without contempt. You can walk away without bitterness. You don't cling to the moment because your identity isn't tied to it. Ego-free justice also knows when to stop. Ego-driven justice never ends. There is always another point to make, another flaw to expose, another victory to secure. Justice without ego ends when balance is restored, or when further engagement would cause more harm than good. Knowing when to disengage is part of its intelligence. This is why ego-free justice often looks understated. It doesn't escalate, it doesn't dramatize, it doesn't seek revenge disguised as fairness. It does what is necessary and then releases the situation. The effectiveness of this approach shows up over time. People may not react immediately, they may not thank you, they may even misunderstand you. But clarity has a way of settling slowly. Boundaries held calmly tend to be respected eventually, not because they were enforced harshly, but because they were consistent. The Stoics trusted this long arc. They believed that character outlasts confrontation, that justice delivered without ego leaves fewer scars on others and on yourself. It doesn't poison relationships unnecessarily.
It doesn't leave you replaying scenes in your mind, wondering if you went too far. Justice without ego also protects your inner life. When ego is absent, there is less emotional residue. You don't carry resentment. You don't relive the exchange. You don't need to justify yourself repeatedly. The issue feels settled internally, even if externally it took time. This is the quiet effectiveness most people overlook. Ego-free justice doesn't feel triumphant. It feels complete. In a world where outrage is rewarded and moral theater is celebrated, choosing justice without ego feels almost invisible. But invisibility is part of its strength. It moves without resistance. It corrects without inflaming. It restores without humiliating. And perhaps most importantly, it leaves you intact. You don't walk away feeling larger than others. You walk away feeling aligned with yourself. That alignment is rare, and that is exactly why it works. After justice no longer needs ego to function, another shift becomes unavoidable. You start to notice how often conflict is framed as a contest. A winner, a loser, a score that must be settled. And slowly, almost unexpectedly, the desire to win begins to lose its grip. Winning used to feel necessary, proof that you were right, proof that you weren't weak, proof that what happened mattered. But as inner alignment grows, winning starts to feel heavy, expensive, like carrying a trophy you don't actually want to hold anymore. The need to win conflicts is rooted in insecurity, not strength. It comes from the fear of being diminished, overlooked, or invalidated. When that fear is active, every disagreement feels like a threat to identity. The argument is no longer about the issue, it's about survival of self-image. And in that state, peace is impossible. Outgrowing the need to win doesn't happen because you stop caring. It happens because you start caring about something deeper. You care more about clarity than control, more about coherence than dominance, more about inner stability than external victory. Winning a conflict often requires distortion. You simplify the other person, you exaggerate your position, you ignore nuance, you frame things in a way that favors your side. Even when you win, something feels off, because the win came at the cost of truth. The Stoics saw this clearly. They believed that truth does not need victory, it needs accuracy. When you no longer need to win, you begin listening differently. Not to prepare a response, but to understand. You notice where the other person is right without feeling threatened. You can admit error without collapsing. This flexibility is not weakness, it is security in motion. There is also an emotional relief in letting go of winning. Conflicts stop feeling urgent. Disagreements lose their sharpness. You don't feel compelled to resolve everything immediately. You allow some things to remain unresolved because you understand that not every tension requires closure to move forward. Winning keeps you locked in the moment. Outgrowing it frees you from the moment. The Stoics believed that many conflicts are symptoms, not problems. They reflect fear, unmet needs, or misunderstanding. Trying to win treats the symptom aggressively while ignoring the source. Letting go of winning creates space for resolution, or, when resolution isn't possible, for clean disengagement. Another reason the need to win fades is that you start to see its cost. Winning often escalates conflict instead of ending it. It invites retaliation. It hardens positions. It turns small disagreements into lasting rifts. The energy spent maintaining dominance could have been used to build something more meaningful. When you no longer need to win, you stop rehearsing arguments in your head. You stop replaying conversations, imagining better comebacks.
The mind quiets because it's no longer preparing for battle. This quiet is not empty, it is spacious. There is also humility in this shift. You accept that being right does not always mean being helpful, that proving a point does not always improve a situation, that some people are not looking for truth, they are looking for emotional release. Engaging in those moments only feeds the cycle. Outgrowing the need to win allows you to choose your battles wisely. You engage when it matters. You disengage when it doesn't. This selectiveness is not avoidance. It is discernment. It protects your energy and preserves your focus. The Stoics valued this deeply. They believed that a wise person does not waste effort on contests that don't lead to virtue or understanding. Winning for the sake of winning was, to them, a distraction from living well. As this mindset settles in, your relationships change. Conversations become less combative. Boundaries become clearer. You stop trying to convince everyone of your perspective. You state it calmly and let others do what they will with it. This reduces friction dramatically. You also stop needing the last word. Silence no longer feels like defeat. Walking away no longer feels like loss. You understand that some conflicts resolve not through argument, but through time and distance. And that understanding brings peace. Outgrowing the need to win does not mean you never stand your ground. It means standing your ground without needing to push others off theirs. It means asserting truth without weaponizing it. It means choosing outcomes that leave you whole instead of victorious, but fragmented. This shift also restores dignity. You no longer measure your worth by how many arguments you win or how dominant you appear. Your worth becomes intrinsic, not negotiated through conflict. That stability makes you less reactive and more grounded. In the end, winning conflicts offers a temporary sense of power. Outgrowing the need to win offers something better, freedom from constant struggle. You stop living as if every disagreement is a test of worth. You stop performing strength. You start embodying it. And once that happens, conflict changes shape. It becomes information instead of identity, feedback instead of threat, something to navigate, not conquer. You don't need to win to be secure. You don't need dominance to be strong. You don't need victory to be whole. When you outgrow the need to win, you gain something far more valuable. You gain peace that doesn't depend on anyone else losing. Once the need to win fades, something unexpected happens in how others respond to you. You speak less, react less, explain less. You move through situations without emotional spikes, and instead of being met with calm, you are sometimes met with discomfort, confusion, even hostility. This is when you begin to understand a quiet truth. Self-mastery unsettles those who lack it. Self-mastery doesn't announce itself. It doesn't dominate conversations or correct others loudly. It shows up as steadiness, as restraint, as someone who doesn't take the bait. And for people who rely on emotional chaos to feel powerful, that steadiness feels like a threat. Uncontrolled people depend on reaction. They test boundaries to see what moves you. They provoke to feel alive. They escalate to gain leverage. When someone refuses to react, the usual tools stop working. There is no fuel, no feedback loop, no sense of control. The dynamic shifts, and that shift is uncomfortable. This discomfort is often misinterpreted as disrespect. Why aren't you responding? Why don't you care? Why are you so cold? These accusations are not about you. They are about the loss of influence. When self-mastery enters the room, manipulation loses its grip. The Stoics understood this deeply.
They believe that people who are ruled by impulse feel exposed around those who are not. Calm becomes a mirror. It reflects the contrast between order and disorder. That reflection is not flattering to someone who is internally chaotic.
This is why self-mastery is sometimes met with hostility instead of admiration.
When you stop reacting, you remove yourself from predictable patterns. The uncontrolled person cannot anticipate your moves because your moves are not driven by emotion. This unpredictability feels destabilizing to someone who depends on emotional scripts. They may escalate behavior to provoke a response. They may label you difficult. They may accuse you of being detached or superior. These reactions are attempts to restore the old dynamic. Self-mastery threatens because it exposes a choice others avoid making. It shows that calm is possible, that restraint is learnable, that chaos is not inevitable. For someone who has built their identity around emotional expression or dominance, this implication feels dangerous. If self-control is possible, then lack of it becomes a responsibility, not a personality trait. The Stoics did not see this as a reason to soften their practice. They saw it as confirmation of its power. When your behavior no longer feeds dysfunction, dysfunction reacts. Not because you attacked it, but because you stopped participating. This can be isolating. People who thrived on your reactions may drift away. Conversations may change. Some relationships may lose intensity or fall apart. This is not failure, it is filtration. Self-mastery clarifies who was connected to you and who was connected to your availability. There is also a deeper layer. Self-mastery removes the hierarchy that uncontrolled people rely on. They cannot dominate you emotionally. They cannot pull you into urgency. They cannot dictate the tone. The playing field levels, and for those accustomed to control, equality feels like loss. The Stoics believed that true power does not need enforcement. It emerges naturally when someone is internally ordered. Others sense it. Even if they resist it, they feel it. That feeling often comes out as irritation or dismissal. But beneath that is recognition. This is why self-mastery often attracts respect over time, even from those who initially resist it. Calm consistency is hard to ignore. It doesn't fluctuate. It doesn't argue. It simply remains. Over time, people adjust or fall away. Self-mastery also protects you from internalizing these reactions. You don't take the discomfort of others personally. You understand its source. You don't rush to reassure. You don't lower your standards to make others comfortable. You allow them to feel what they feel without absorbing it. This is where inner peace deepens. You stop managing other people's emotions. You stop explaining your calm. You stop justifying your restraint. You let your behavior speak for itself. The Stoics knew that not everyone will welcome your growth. Some people preferred the old version of you, the reactive one, the available one, the predictable one. That version was easier to control. Outgrowing it can feel like betrayal to those who benefited from it. But growth is not betrayal. It is alignment. Self-mastery does not seek to threaten anyone. It simply refuses to be pulled into disorder. And in a world where many people are governed by impulse, that refusal stands out sharply. If others feel threatened by your calm, that is not a sign to abandon it. It is a sign that it is working. You are no longer feeding chaos. You are no longer available for manipulation. You are no longer predictable through emotion. And that kind of presence is rare. Not because it is aggressive, but because it is unmovable. Self-mastery doesn't shout, it doesn't compete, it doesn't dominate, it simply stands. And for those who live in constant internal noise, that silence can feel louder than any attack. After seeing how self-mastery unsettles the uncontrolled, another pattern becomes impossible to ignore. The moments when revenge feels most tempting are often the moments when inner peace feels far away, not lost forever, just unreachable. And revenge steps in with an offer that sounds convincing in pain. Let someone else fix this feeling. This is what revenge really is, an attempt to outsource inner peace. When something hurts deeply, the mind searches for relief, not understanding, not growth, relief. Revenge presents itself as a shortcut. It promises that if the other person suffers, balance will return. That if they feel what you felt, the knot inside you will loosen. But this promise hides a dangerous assumption that your peace is located somewhere outside you. Revenge shifts responsibility. It says, I cannot feel okay until they pay. Your calm becomes conditional, dependent, delayed, and the longer you wait for someone else to fix what you feel, the more power you hand over. The Stoics saw this clearly. They believed peace cannot be taken or given. It can only be practiced. When you seek revenge, you are quietly admitting that your inner state is controlled by external events. That admission alone creates vulnerability. Now your well-being depends on outcomes you cannot fully control.
This is why revenge rarely delivers what it promises.
Even when retaliation lands perfectly, the relief is unstable. The mind quickly asks for more recognition, more validation, more proof that the score is settled. Because the original problem was never external imbalance, it was internal disturbance. And external actions cannot permanently resolve internal unrest. Revenge is appealing because it feels active. It gives the illusion of movement when you feel stuck. But activity is not the same as progress. You can be very busy emotionally while going nowhere psychologically. Revenge keeps you focused on the offender, not on healing. It extends the relationship instead of ending it.
This is the hidden cost.
When you seek revenge, you remain in dialogue with the person who hurt you, even if you never speak to them again. Your thoughts orbit them. Your emotions react to imagined responses. Your sense of peace waits on their downfall. They may be absent, but they are still central. Inner peace cannot grow in that arrangement. The Stoics believed that peace begins when attention returns home. Outsourcing peace also delays responsibility. It convinces you that your discomfort is someone else's job to resolve. This creates emotional stagnation. Instead of asking, what do I need to process? You ask, what do they deserve? The focus shifts outward and healing pauses. There is also a quiet erosion of self-trust here. Each time you rely on revenge for relief, you reinforce the belief that you cannot regulate yourself without external correction. That belief weakens resilience. It trains the mind to panic in discomfort, to seek control instead of grounding. Peace, in contrast, grows through self-containment, through learning that discomfort can be felt without being acted out, that injustice can be acknowledged without becoming identity, that emotions can move through you without turning into instructions. This is not easy work. Outsourcing peace is tempting because it feels simpler. It avoids the vulnerability of inner work. It avoids sitting with pain. It avoids the uncertainty of healing. Revenge offers certainty. Do this, feel that. But certainty without truth is unstable. Another reason revenge fails is timing. Peace is needed now. Revenge operates later. It postpones calm into the future. Once this happens, then I'll feel better. That future rarely arrives cleanly. Life moves on. new problems appear. The nervous system remains unsettled because it was never taught how to return to center. The Stoics emphasized this. Peace must be available in the present moment, not negotiated through future outcomes. If calm depends on what others do, it is not calm, it is anticipation. Revenge also confuses justice with emotional relief. Justice seeks order. Revenge seeks soothing. When these are blended, neither functions well. The act may look justified, but internally it still feels restless. The soul recognizes the mismatch. Choosing not to outsource peace changes the entire dynamic. You stop asking the world to compensate you emotionally. You stop waiting for balance to be restored through harm. You begin practicing stability instead of demanding satisfaction. This practice does not deny pain. It accepts it fully and then refuses to turn it into leverage. You process internally what cannot be resolved externally. You grieve what was lost. You release what cannot be repaired. This is where peace actually forms. The Stoics believed that no one can steal your peace, but you can hand it away. Outsourcing peace is exactly that. You give someone else authority over your inner state and hope they use it responsibly. They rarely do. Taking peace back does not mean forgiving prematurely or pretending nothing happened. It means reclaiming ownership. This feeling is mine to work with, not theirs to fix. That shift is subtle but decisive. When you stop outsourcing peace, revenge loses its appeal, not because it's forbidden, but because it's unnecessary. You no longer need someone else's suffering to feel balanced. You no longer need outcomes to feel grounded.
You learn how to settle yourself.
And once you can do that, inner peace stops being a reward you chase.
It becomes a skill you carry, one no one else needs to give you.
Once you stop outsourcing inner peace, a strange reaction begins to appear in the world around you. You stay calm, and instead of things settling down, tension rises. Voices get louder, accusations sharpen, people push harder. This is when you realize something unexpected. Calm is not passive. Calm is disruptive. Escalation is familiar. It follows a script everyone knows. One voice rises, the other follows. Emotion meets emotion. Conflict expands. In escalation, everyone understands their role. There is movement, noise, and a sense that something is happening. Calm interrupts that script, and interruptions make people uncomfortable. Staying calm removes the expected fuel. Most emotional dynamics depend on feedback. Anger looks for resistance. Drama looks for reaction. Provocation looks for proof that it landed. When you escalate, you confirm the pattern. You participate. You validate the emotional exchange. Calm does the opposite. It withholds confirmation. And when confirmation is missing, the dynamic collapses or exposes itself. This is why calm often feels more threatening than aggression. Escalation allows people to justify their behavior. They were angry, so I got angry. Calm removes that excuse. When one person remains steady, the contrast becomes obvious. Emotional outbursts lose their camouflage. The behavior stands alone, unsupported by mutual chaos. That exposure is deeply unsettling for someone who relies on escalation to feel justified. The Stoics understood this well. They believed that calm reveals truth faster than confrontation ever could. When you don't mirror intensity, you create a clear surface. Others see themselves reflected more honestly. And not everyone likes what they see. Staying calm also shifts the power dynamic. Escalation feels powerful because it dominates the moment.
It fills space. Calm, however, controls the pace. It slows things down. It introduces silence where noise was expected. This change in rhythm puts you in control of timing, and timing is often more powerful than volume. People who escalate are usually trying to force resolution through pressure. Calm refuses that pressure. It says, "I will not be rushed into reaction." That refusal alone is destabilizing to someone who depends on urgency to maintain influence. There is also a psychological disruption at work. When someone expects resistance and receives neutrality, their mind scrambles to recalibrate. They may repeat themselves, intensify their tone, accuse you of not caring. These are attempts to restore the old pattern. Calm blocks each attempt without confrontation. This doesn't mean calm solves everything immediately. Sometimes it makes things worse before they get better. But what it does consistently is remove false momentum. Escalation often creates the illusion of progress while deepening the problem. Calm strips the situation down to its core. Another reason calm is disruptive is that it forces responsibility back onto the other person. When you don't react emotionally, they can't blame you for the intensity. They have to carry their own feelings without external validation. That is uncomfortable for people who use conflict to regulate themselves. The Stoics believed that many conflicts are emotional self-regulation failures disguised as moral issues. Calm exposes this. It reveals when someone is not seeking resolution, but release. And when release is denied, the real issue surfaces. Staying calm also protects your inner clarity. Escalation narrows perception. Calm widens it. When you're calm, you hear more. You notice inconsistencies. You see patterns. You're less likely to be manipulated because your nervous system is not in fight mode. This awareness makes your responses sharper, not weaker. Calm is often mistaken for indifference. In reality, it requires effort. It takes strength to regulate yourself while others are losing control. It takes discipline to stay present when provocation invites reaction. This effort is invisible, which is why calm is underestimated. But invisibility is part of its power. Calm also disrupts narratives. In escalation, stories are built quickly. Villains, victims, heroes. Calm slows story building. It introduces nuance. It creates space where labels don't stick easily. This frustrates those who rely on simple narratives to justify behavior. The Stoics saw calm as an ethical stance, not avoidance, but refusal to add harm. When you stay calm, you are not refusing to engage. You are refusing to contribute to disorder. That refusal is a form of leadership, whether others recognize it or not. Over time, staying calm changes your environment. Some people adjust. They lower their tone. They engage more thoughtfully. Others escalate further, revealing their inability to function without chaos. In both cases, calm clarifies reality. This clarity is disruptive because it removes illusion. Escalation allows everyone to hide behind intensity. Calm removes the cover. It shows who is grounded and who is not, who wants resolution and who wants control, who can self-regulate and who cannot. These truths are uncomfortable but necessary. Staying calm also changes how you experience conflict internally. You don't feel hijacked. You don't feel scattered afterward. You don't replay the moment with regret. Your nervous system recovers faster because it was never overwhelmed. This internal outcome matters more than any external reaction. The Stoics believed that peace is not fragile. It is firm. It does not break under pressure. It holds. And because it holds, it reshapes the space around it. Calm doesn't need to overpower chaos. It outlasts it. This is why calm is more disruptive than escalation. Escalation feeds the system. Calm starves it. Escalation confirms expectations. Calm rewrites them. Escalation multiplies noise. Calm reveals what was already there. In a world trained to equate intensity with strength, calm feels unnatural, even suspicious. But that suspicion is evidence of its effect. Calm doesn't follow the script, and when the script is broken, everyone has to improvise. You don't need to raise your voice to be heard. You don't need to escalate to be taken seriously. You don't need to match chaos to survive it. Staying calm disrupts the game entirely, and once you see that, escalation stops feeling powerful. It starts feeling unnecessary. After realizing how calm can disrupt chaos more effectively than escalation ever could, another distinction starts to sharpen. You begin to notice how much of what passes for strength is actually just noise. Loud reactions, fast opinions, constant expression, and quietly, almost without effort, you start separating what is solid from what is simply loud. Emotional noise feels powerful because it fills space. It demands attention. It creates urgency. When someone reacts strongly, it can seem decisive, confident, even brave. But noise is not strength. Noise is movement without direction. It is energy released without purpose.
Strength is quieter.
Strength does not rush to prove itself. It does not need to announce every feeling. It does not confuse expression with control. Emotional noise spills outward because it cannot stay contained. Strength stays contained because it doesn't need to escape itself. The Stoics were very clear on this. They believed that anything uncontrolled is weak by definition, not morally weak, but structurally weak. If something collapses under pressure, it is not strong. If a person cannot hold themselves steady when emotions rise, that instability will show up everywhere, in speech, in decisions, in relationships. Emotional noise often masquerades as honesty. I'm just being real. I say what I feel. At least I don't hide it. But honesty without discipline becomes chaos. Feelings are real, yes, but they are not all meant to be broadcast. Strength knows the difference between acknowledging emotion and amplifying it. Noise amplifies, strength filters. When someone is emotionally noisy, their inner state leaks into every interaction. Their mood sets the tone of the room. Their reactions dictate the pace. Others must adjust, brace, or respond. This creates the illusion of influence. But influence gained through emotional force is unstable. It depends on others staying engaged with the noise. Strength doesn't depend on that. Strength allows emotion to exist without letting it dominate behavior. You can feel deeply and still act deliberately. You can be affected without becoming reactive. This ability is often mistaken for detachment, but it is actually integration. Nothing is denied. Nothing is exaggerated. Emotional noise is exhausting because it creates friction everywhere it goes. Conversations escalate quickly. Small issues become dramatic. Everything feels urgent. Strength reduces friction. It slows interactions down. It brings proportion back into the moment. The difference becomes obvious over time. Emotional noise creates short-term intensity and long-term instability. Strength creates short-term restraint and long-term trust. People may initially be drawn to noise because it feels alive, but they rely on strength when things matter.
The Stoics believed that true strength is measured by what you can endure without losing form. Heat tests metal, pressure tests character. Anyone can be loud when emotions rise. Few can remain coherent. That coherence is strength. Noise also distorts truth. When emotions run unchecked, perception narrows. Everything feels personal. Everything feels absolute. Nuance disappears. Strength preserves nuance. It allows you to see more than one side without feeling threatened. It allows disagreement without collapse. Another key difference is aftermath. Emotional noise leaves residue. Regret, apologies, explanations, repair. Strength leaves fewer traces. When you act from steadiness, there is less to undo later. The situation may still be difficult, but your inner world is not damaged by how you handled it. This matters more than people realize. Many people spend their lives cleaning up after their reactions, fixing what they said, managing impressions, repairing trust. This constant maintenance drains energy. Strength conserves it. You move forward instead of circling back. Emotional noise also creates dependency. People who rely on expression for relief need constant outlets. They vent to regulate. They escalate to feel heard. They react to feel alive. Strength develops internal regulation. You don't need the world to absorb your emotions for you. You can process without spectacle. The Stoics saw this as freedom. When you are no longer dependent on expression for relief, you become less predictable, less manipulable, less reactive. Emotional hooks lose their grip because there is nothing to pull on. This is why emotionally noisy people often feel unsettled around someone strong. The contrast is uncomfortable. One is broadcasting, the other is grounded. One is seeking relief, the other is steady. That steadiness can feel like judgment, even when none is present. Strength does not argue with noise, it outlasts it. There is also humility in strength. You accept that not every feeling needs to be acted on, that not every thought deserves expression. That silence is sometimes the most accurate response. Emotional noise insists on expression as proof of authenticity. Strength knows authenticity doesn't require constant display. This shift changes how you see yourself. You stop measuring strength by how intensely you feel or how boldly you react. You measure it by how consistently you act in alignment with your values. That consistency becomes your baseline. The Stoics believed that inner order creates outer influence. People trust what is stable. They rely on what doesn't swing wildly. Emotional noise may dominate a moment, but strength shapes outcomes over time. As you learn to tell the difference, your choices change. You stop chasing expression for its own sake. You stop mistaking reaction for courage. You stop confusing volume with authority. You begin valuing composure more than release. And something surprising happens. Life feels calmer, but not dull. Clearer, but not empty. You feel less pressure to perform and more capacity to choose. You don't need to be the loudest presence to be effective. You don't need to be emotionally intense to be real. Strength doesn't need to be heard to be felt. It shows up in restraint, in proportion, in the ability to stay steady while everything else moves. And once you recognize that, emotional noise loses its appeal, because you finally see it for what it is, not power, just sound. Once you can tell the difference between strength and emotional noise, another pattern becomes clear. Emotional noise doesn't just make moments louder, it keeps moments alive longer than they should be. This is where retaliation reveals its deepest cost.
It doesn't end pain, it preserves it.
Retaliation feels like closure, but it is actually a contract with the past.
When you retaliate, you return to the moment that hurt you and extend it. You keep the scene open. You replay it, reshape it, add new lines to it. The event no longer belongs to yesterday. It follows you into today. What should have been an experience becomes a reference point. Your behavior is no longer guided by the present, but by something that already happened. This is how retaliation chains you to the past. The mind tells a convincing story here. It says that by responding, you are resolving something, that you are correcting the imbalance, that you are reclaiming power. But look closely at what actually happens. Your thoughts circle the same event. Your emotions remain attached. Your energy stays invested. You are still living in reaction to something that should have ended. The past only has power when it is given motion. Retaliation gives it motion. The Stoics believed that time moves forward whether you do or not. When you retaliate, you stop moving while time keeps going. You remain emotionally stationed at an old wound while life continues elsewhere. This creates a strange split. You are physically present in the now, but mentally anchored to what was. This anchoring shows up in subtle ways. You become more suspicious, more defensive, more ready to strike, not because the present demands it, but because the past trained you. Retaliation teaches the nervous system that safety lies in looking backward, in scanning for threats that resemble old ones, in preparing responses before anything has even happened. That vigilance feels like awareness, but it is actually captivity. Another cost of retaliation is repetition. When you respond with harm, the mind marks the pattern as unfinished. It doesn't feel complete because retaliation rarely resolves the original pain. It adds another layer. Now there is what happened to you and what you did in response. Two things to process instead of one. Two memories instead of one. This is why retaliation often leads to rumination. You replay not only their actions but your own. You question tone, timing, outcome. You imagine alternative responses. The moment multiplies instead of dissolves. The past grows larger the more you engage with it. The Stoics warned that the mind becomes shaped by what it revisits. When you keep returning to old injuries through retaliation, you reinforce their importance. You train yourself to live backward. Peace becomes something you postpone until the past feels settled. But the past cannot be settled through reaction. It can only be integrated through release. Retaliation also delays healing by keeping emotional wounds open. Healing requires distance, perspective, a sense that the danger has passed. Retaliation signals the opposite. It tells the body that the threat is ongoing, that the fight is not over. The nervous system stays activated. Calm cannot take hold in a system that believes it is still under attack. This is why even successful retaliation often leaves people restless. The external exchange may be over, but internally nothing has settled. The past is still active, still relevant, still influencing behavior. Letting go feels risky because the mind confuses release with vulnerability. It fears that if you stop responding, the past will repeat itself. But the opposite is true. Retaliation teaches repetition. It keeps patterns alive. Release breaks them. The Stoics believed that freedom is not the ability to respond to every offense, but the ability to leave offenses behind, not through denial, but through clarity. You acknowledge what happened, extract the lesson, and then refuse to live there anymore. Retaliation refuses to leave. It builds a home in the past. There is also a hidden identity cost. When you retaliate repeatedly, you begin defining yourself by what happened to you. You become the person who was wronged, the person who must respond, the person whose behavior is shaped by old injuries. The future narrows because the past occupies so much space. Releasing retaliation creates room. Room for new experiences that are not filtered through old pain. Room for responses that are chosen, not rehearsed. Room for a present moment that does not need to prove anything to yesterday. The Stoics were clear. The past has no authority unless you grant it one. Retaliation is one of the most common ways people grant that authority without realizing it. They believe they are acting in strength, when in reality, they are reinforcing attachment. Letting go does not mean forgetting. It means refusing to keep the wound active through behavior. It means allowing time to do what reaction never can: soften the edges, restore proportion, and place the event where it belongs. In the past, when you stop retaliating, the chain loosens. You stop dragging old moments into new days. You stop answering questions that are no longer being asked. You stop living in response to something that no longer exists. And slowly, something shifts. The past begins to feel like history instead of destiny. Memory instead of momentum. Information instead of instruction. That is when freedom begins to feel real,
Not because nothing bad ever happened.
but because it no longer decides what happens next. When retaliation loosens its grip on the past, another burden becomes visible. Not the event itself, but what you picked up afterward. The bitterness, the resentment, the emotional residue that was never yours to begin with. This is where the Stoics drew a clear line between what happens to you and what you agree to carry. Poison rarely enters the body by force. It is swallowed. When someone acts with cruelty, dishonesty, or malice, their inner disorder spills outward. Words sting, actions wound, and in that moment, there is pain. That pain is real and unavoidable. But what often follows is optional: the replaying, the resentment, the desire to hold on to the feeling so it doesn't go unanswered. This is how poison is transferred. The Stoics believed that people who act badly are already carrying poison inside themselves: anger, fear, envy, insecurity. When they lash out, they are trying, consciously or not, to relieve themselves of it. If you absorb that poison through resentment or hatred, the transfer is complete. Their inner disorder now lives in you. Refusing to carry other people's poison is not denial. It is discernment. This practice begins with a simple recognition. What they did reflects their inner state, not your worth. When you personalize their poison, you make their inner chaos your responsibility. You replay their behavior. You internalize their tone. You let their actions shape your mood long after the moment has passed. They may feel lighter. You feel heavier. That imbalance is the cost. The Stoics were clear that suffering becomes optional once meaning is misassigned. Pain is inevitable. Poison is not. Pain passes through. Poison stays. Pain informs. Poison distorts. When you refuse to carry poison, you allow pain to complete its natural cycle without becoming identity. One of the hardest parts of this practice is letting go without vindication. The mind resists release because it feels like letting them get away with it. But holding on to poison does not punish them. It punishes you. It alters how you see the world. It tightens your body. It narrows your trust. It follows you into unrelated moments. Poison spreads quietly.
You snap at people who didn't hurt you. You interpret neutral actions as hostile. You lose patience faster. You stop feeling safe in places that once felt neutral. This is how one person's poison infects entire areas of your life. The original event is long gone, but its residue remains active. The Stoic refusal is firm and deliberate. It says, "I will not become a storage place for someone else's toxicity. I will not keep reliving what they have already shown me. I will acknowledge the harm, learn what I need to learn, and then set it down." This does not require forgiveness on a timeline. Forgiveness may come later, or not at all. The Stoics were not sentimental. They were practical. You can refuse poison without absolving the source. You can move on without excusing behavior. Release is not agreement. It is self-preservation. Another key part of this practice is recognizing how poison disguises itself as vigilance. I'm just being careful now. I've learned my lesson. Sometimes that's true. Often it's bitterness wearing protective language. True caution is calm. Poison is sharp. One keeps you safe, the other keeps you tense. The Stoics trained themselves to notice this difference internally. Does this thought make me clearer or more rigid? Does it help me respond wisely or keep me reactive? Poison always tightens. Clarity opens. Refusing poison also restores emotional economy. You stop spending energy on people who no longer deserve access to your inner world. You stop rehearsing arguments that will never happen. You stop feeding emotions that have no productive outlet. That energy returns to you. Life feels lighter, not because it is easier, but because you are not carrying extra weight. There is also dignity in this refusal. You don't need to announce it. You don't need to justify it. You simply stop participating in the emotional aftermath. The Stoics believed that dignity is preserved through self-command, not through domination. Letting go quietly is often the strongest statement you can make. Over time, this practice changes how you experience conflict. You recover faster. You don't ruminate as long. You don't carry the encounter into unrelated parts of your life. You become harder to poison because you recognize it sooner. This doesn't mean nothing affects you. It means fewer things linger. The Stoics often compared poison to a second wound, self-inflicted and preventable. The first wound may come from others. The second comes from holding on. Refusing poison is choosing to suffer only once,
and that choice compounds.
You begin to trust that you can face harm without becoming harmful, that you can be exposed to ugliness without absorbing it, that you can remain clear in a world that is often not.
This is not indifference. It is cleanliness.
You don't drink what was meant to harm you. You don't store what was meant to spill. You don't carry what was never yours. Refusing to carry other people's poison is not a single act.
It is a daily practice of choosing inner health over emotional attachment.
And with time, that practice becomes instinct. You feel it when something tries to stick, and you let it fall. When you stop carrying other people's poison, another signal becomes easier to hear. It's subtle, but unmistakable once you notice it. The sudden urge to hurt back, not to protect yourself, not to correct the situation, but to make the other person feel pain. That urge is often misunderstood as strength. In reality, it is information. And what it's telling you is this: a boundary has already been crossed. The desire to hurt back does not come from power. It comes from intrusion. When someone respects your boundaries, even conflict stays contained. Disagreement may sting, but it doesn't infect your inner world. When boundaries fail, the mind goes into emergency mode. It looks for a way to restore balance quickly.
Hurting back feels like balance because it creates symmetry, pain for pain, damage for damage. But symmetry is not safety, it's compensation. The Stoics believed that healthy boundaries prevent the need for retaliation. When boundaries are clear, you don't need to attack. You simply stop access. You step back. You say no. The moment you feel the urge to harm, something has already gone wrong, not in your restraint, but in your containment. Most people miss this because boundaries are rarely dramatic. They erode quietly. You tolerate more than you should. You stay silent when you should speak. You explain yourself when you don't need to. You give access out of habit, guilt, or hope. Each small concession feels harmless until suddenly you feel invaded. That invasion triggers anger. Anger is not the problem here. It is the messenger. It shows up when your inner territory has been breached, when someone dismisses you repeatedly, when they ignore your limits, when they take more than you are willing to give. The desire to hurt back is anger's crude attempt to reclaim space. But harm is a poor boundary. Hurting back does not restore order. It escalates disorder. It keeps you entangled with the very person you need distance from. It creates new wounds instead of sealing the old ones. The Stoics understood that boundaries must be firm but clean. They are lines, not weapons. When boundaries are healthy, they are enforced early and calmly. You don't wait until resentment builds. You don't need to explode to be heard. You act while clarity is still present. When boundaries are delayed, emotion builds pressure. Eventually, that pressure looks for release. That release often appears as retaliation. This is why the desire to hurt back feels so intense. It's not just about the moment. It's about everything that led up to it. The Stoics trained themselves to ask a different question when anger appeared. Not, how do I respond, but where did I allow too much? This shifts responsibility without blame. You are not faulting yourself for being hurt. You are identifying where your limits were not honored by others or by you. Another reason this desire is a boundary signal is that it often comes with loss of self-control. You feel pushed, cornered, overstimulated. These sensations point to prolonged exposure. You stayed too long. You engaged too deeply. You allowed access beyond what was sustainable. The body reacts before the mind catches up. Retaliation is the body's last resort when boundaries were not defended earlier. The Stoics did not shame this reaction. They saw it as a warning flare, a sign that something needed to change structurally, not emotionally. Hurting back treats the symptom. Boundaries treat the cause. Once you see this, the urge to retaliate becomes useful information instead of a command. You pause and ask, what boundary needs to be restored? Distance, silence, a clear refusal, a change in expectations? The answer is almost never attack. Another important distinction the Stoics made is between strength and force. Force tries to push others away through impact. Strength creates distance through clarity. Force is reactive. Strength is deliberate. When you are tempted to hurt back, you are being pulled toward force because strength was delayed. Healthy boundaries prevent this pull by acting sooner. There is also a long-term cost to using harm as a boundary. It teaches the nervous system that safety comes from aggression. That belief lingers. You become quicker to interpret discomfort as threat. You escalate sooner. Life feels sharper. Boundaries enforced through clarity create the opposite effect. You feel safer, not angrier. The desire to hurt back also signals a boundary failure within yourself. You may have violated your own limits. overextended, overgiven, overexplained, stayed present when your intuition said to step away. That internal boundary breach creates resentment toward the other person, even if they never explicitly demanded more. The Stoics believed self-betrayal fuels most anger. When you ignore your own limits, the mind looks for someone to blame. Hurting back becomes a way to externalize that blame. But the real repair happens internally by honoring yourself earlier next time.
This is where self-mastery deepens. You stop seeing anger as something to suppress or express. You see it as feedback. Feedback about space, about access, about respect. You listen to it without obeying it.
Over time, this changes your behavior. You speak up sooner. You disengage faster. You stop negotiating boundaries emotionally. You state them calmly and act on them consistently. The need to hurt back fades because the need never accumulates. The Stoics believe that the highest form of self-respect is not how fiercely you fight, but how clearly you protect. Clear boundaries make retaliation unnecessary. They end situations before they become personal. They preserve your energy and your character. When you feel the urge to hurt back, pause, not to judge yourself, but to listen. That urge is telling you something important, not about the other person, but about where you allowed too much, too long. Fix that, and the urge dissolves. You don't need to hurt to reclaim space. You don't need to damage to restore balance. You don't need revenge to feel safe.
You need boundaries that are honored early and enforced cleanly.
And once those are in place, anger stops shouting, because it no longer has to. Once you recognize that retaliation often rises from unprotected boundaries, another habit quietly loosens its hold. The need for closure, the urge to have the last conversation, the explanation, the apology, the moment where everything is finally acknowledged and put neatly to rest. That moment feels necessary, until you realize how often it never comes. The desire for closure is understandable. The mind wants order. It wants a clean ending. It wants to make sense of what happened so it can move on. But many situations do not offer clarity. People disappear. Conversations end abruptly. Accountability never arrives. And if your peace depends on someone else providing closure, your peace stays suspended. This is where freedom begins, when you stop waiting. The Stoics understood that closure is an internal act, not an external event. Waiting for someone else to explain themselves keeps you tied to their inner world. You replay their words. You guess their motives. You imagine conversations that never happen. All of this keeps the relationship active, even in absence. Not needing closure ends that loop. The need for closure often disguises itself as maturity. I just want to understand. Sometimes that's true. Often it's the mind searching for relief from uncertainty. But uncertainty is not the enemy. Attachment to resolution is. When you insist on understanding everything, you give past events ongoing authority over your present state. The Stoics believed that some things are not meant to be fully understood, not because they are profound, but because they are disordered. People act from confusion, fear, or impulse. Trying to extract logic from that chaos is exhausting. Letting go is not ignorance, it is efficiency. There is also a subtle power shift that happens when you stop needing closure. You reclaim authorship. You no longer wait for permission to move on. You no longer grant others the role of narrating your experience. You decide when something ends internally, even if it ended poorly externally. This decision feels uncomfortable at first. The mind protests. It says you're avoiding something, that you're unfinished. But over time, you realize that peace does not require answers. It requires acceptance of what is. Not needing closure does not mean pretending nothing mattered. It means accepting that some chapters end without explanation, that some people will never see their impact, that some harm will never be acknowledged, and still choosing to step forward. This is not resignation, it is release. When you stop chasing closure, the mental energy tied up in "what if" returns to you. You stop replaying conversations. You stop drafting messages you'll never send. You stop hoping for a response that will finally make it make sense. The mind quiets because it is no longer waiting. The Stoics valued this quiet deeply. They believed that freedom is not the absence of conflict, but the absence of dependence on outcomes you cannot control. Closure given by others is outside your control. Closure chosen by you is not. Another overlooked benefit is emotional recovery. When you don't need closure, healing speeds up. Not because pain disappears faster, but because it's not constantly reopened. Each attempt to resolve with someone who cannot or will not meet you reactivates the wound. Letting go allows it to scar naturally instead of being picked at repeatedly. There is also dignity in this choice. You don't beg for understanding. You don't chase explanations. You don't demand recognition of your pain. You honor it privately and move on publicly. That dignity protects your self-respect far more than any forced conversation ever could. The Stoics believed that not everything needs to be said to be complete. Silence can be an ending. Distance can be an answer. Time can be resolution. This doesn't mean you never seek clarity when it's available and healthy. It means you don't make your peace dependent on it. You stop confusing explanation with healing. Healing happens when you stop reopening the door. Freedom appears the moment you accept this truth. Some stories end mid-sentence, and life continues anyway. When you no longer need closure, the past loses its grip. You stop negotiating with memory. You stop waiting for someone else to validate your experience. You stop delaying peace for a conversation that may never come. You choose to close the chapter yourself. That choice is quiet. It's internal. No one applauds it, but it changes everything. You move forward lighter. You sleep better. You think less about what could have been said. Not because it didn't matter, but because it no longer controls you. That is the freedom found in not needing closure. It is not forgetting. It is finishing on your own terms. Once you stop needing closure, something surprising takes its place. Not indifference, not coldness, but space. And inside that space, a different kind of strength becomes possible. Grace. Grace is often misunderstood. It's seen as softness, as passivity, as letting things slide. But in reality, grace is one of the most dominant positions you can occupy. Not because it overpowers others, but because it removes you from the struggle altogether. Most power games depend on reaction, on escalation, on emotional leverage. Grace refuses all three. When you respond with grace, you do something unexpected. You don't deny what happened. You don't minimize harm. You simply refuse to let the event turn you into someone smaller, sharper, or more bitter. That refusal changes the entire dynamic. The other person loses their influence not because you defeated them, but because you no longer need to engage on their terms. This is where grace becomes dominance. Dominance is usually imagined as control over others. But the Stoics saw dominance differently. To them, the highest form of dominance was self-command. If you cannot be provoked, you cannot be controlled. If you cannot be baited, you cannot be dragged. Grace is the visible expression of that control. Grace disarms because it breaks expectations. People expect retaliation, defense, explanation, or withdrawal. When you offer calm, dignity, and restraint instead, the script collapses. There is nothing to push against, no emotional handle to grab. The interaction loses momentum. This doesn't mean grace is silent submission. Grace can say no. It can walk away. It can enforce boundaries. But it does so without bitterness, without spectacle, without the need to humiliate. That cleanliness is what makes it powerful. The Stoics believed that grace is rooted in perspective. When you see human behavior clearly, fear, ignorance, insecurity, you stop needing to punish it. You don't excuse it. You simply stop personalizing it. That emotional distance is not weakness, it is elevation. Grace also protects your inner world. When you act with grace, you don't leave behind emotional debris. No regret, no replaying, no self-criticism. You don't need to justify yourself later because your behavior already aligns with who you want to be. That alignment creates quiet confidence, and quiet confidence unsettles people far more than aggression ever could. People know how to respond to anger. They escalate, retreat, or counterattack. Grace gives them no clear move. It doesn't challenge directly, but it doesn't submit either. It stands calmly outside the conflict. That position is difficult to penetrate.
This is why grace often ends power struggles faster than force. Power struggles require two participants. Grace withdraws participation without retreating from dignity. The contest dissolves because there is no longer an opponent.
The Stoics understood that many conflicts persist because both sides need to feel right. Grace removes that need. You don't compete for moral superiority. You don't need acknowledgement. You act correctly and move on. That is dominance without domination. There is also a long-term effect. People remember how you made them feel when you had the chance to strike and didn't. That memory lingers. It creates respect, even if it's never expressed. Not admiration, respect. The kind that comes from witnessing restraint. Grace also changes how you experience strength internally. You stop equating power with intensity. You stop needing emotional highs to feel solid. Your strength becomes stable, not situational. It doesn't rise and fall with interactions. That stability is hard to challenge. Importantly, grace does not mean staying in harmful situations. It does not mean endless tolerance. Grace can walk away permanently. It can close doors. It can disengage fully. The difference is that it does so without poison, without dragging the past forward, without needing to prove anything. This is where grace becomes a form of dominance over time. You don't need to monitor outcomes. You don't watch for regret. You don't wait for validation. You know you acted from clarity. That knowledge is grounding. The Stoics believed that acting well is its own reward, not because it feels good immediately, but because it preserves inner order. Grace preserves that order better than any aggressive response ever could. Over time, grace simplifies life. Fewer enemies, fewer entanglements, fewer emotional debts. You stop accumulating unfinished business. You move through situations cleanly, leaving little behind. This cleanliness is power. In a world that thrives on reaction, outrage, and spectacle, grace stands apart. It doesn't argue. It doesn't perform. It simply remains composed. And that composure becomes unmistakable. Grace does not shout dominance. It demonstrates it. You are not ruled by impulse. You are not driven by ego. You are not trapped in response. You act, then you release. That release is not loss. It is authority over yourself. And there is no stronger position than that. After grace replaces struggle, the battlefield disappears. No audience, no opponent, no moment to prove anything. What remains is quieter and more demanding. The space where no one is watching, where there is no reaction to manage, no reputation to defend, no external pressure shaping your choices. This is where character is decided. Most people think they know who they are because they know how they act in public. But public behavior is influenced by reward and consequence. Praise, judgment, belonging, fear. The truest version of you shows up when none of that is present. When the choice brings no recognition, when restraint goes unnoticed, when no one would ever know if you acted differently. This is where freedom and responsibility meet. Choosing who you are when no one is watching is uncomfortable because there is nothing to lean on. No applause for doing the right thing, no punishment for doing the wrong one, just you and the quiet awareness of what you chose. That awareness is powerful. It remembers. The Stoics believed that the soul is always watching, even when the world is not. They taught that integrity is not built through performance, but through consistency. Not who you are when it's convenient, but who you are when it costs you something internally. When no one is watching, shortcuts are tempting. Bitterness can be indulged. Resentment can be rehearsed. Cruel thoughts can feel justified. You can imagine revenge without consequence. You can rewrite events to favor your ego. This is where most damage happens, not externally, but inwardly. Because what you allow privately shapes what you become publicly. The Stoics were strict about this. They believed that indulging destructive thoughts, even without action, weakens character. Not because thoughts are sins, but because repetition trains the mind. What you rehearse internally becomes familiar. What becomes familiar becomes accessible. And what becomes accessible eventually becomes behavior. Choosing who you are in private is choosing what kind of mind you live in. This is why self-mastery deepens away from the spotlight. It's easy to appear calm in front of others. It's harder to remain calm in solitude when anger resurfaces without interruption. It's easy to forgive outwardly. It's harder to stop replaying offenses internally. That inner work has no witnesses, but it has consequences. When you choose restraint privately, something strengthens quietly. You don't feel dramatic pride. You feel alignment, a sense that nothing inside you is being hidden or negotiated. That alignment reduces inner conflict. You stop arguing with yourself. You stop justifying your own thoughts. There is also relief in this honesty. You don't need to maintain a split between who you appear to be and who you are. You don't need to manage contradictions. Life becomes simpler when your internal standards match your external behavior. The Stoics believed that this inner consistency is what creates peace. Not the absence of challenge, but the absence of self-betrayal. Choosing who you are when no one is watching also frees you from dependence on validation. When your standards are internal, approval becomes optional. You don't need to be seen to feel solid. You don't need agreement to feel right. That independence is stabilizing. It also protects you from hypocrisy. You stop demanding from others what you don't practice yourself. You stop judging behaviors you secretly indulge. Your perspective becomes cleaner because it's not distorted by guilt or self-deception. This choice also affects how you recover from pain. When you choose dignity in private,
Healing accelerates. You're not reopening wounds through constant mental replay. You're not feeding resentment to feel justified. You allow pain to pass without turning it into identity. Over time, this private discipline becomes instinct. You no longer need to monitor yourself closely. Your thoughts settle more easily. Emotional spikes shorten. You trust yourself more because you've seen how you behave when nothing is at stake externally. The Stoics often reminded themselves that the only person they must live with forever is themselves. Public mistakes fade, reputations change, but the relationship you have with your own mind is constant. Pollute it, and life becomes heavy. Care for it, and life becomes workable, even when it's hard. Choosing who you are when no one is watching is not about moral perfection. It's about direction, about consistently leaning toward clarity instead of indulgence, toward restraint instead of rehearsal, toward integrity instead of justification. This choice is made in small moments. When you decide not to replay an insult, when you interrupt a bitter thought, when you choose understanding over contempt in your own mind. These moments seem insignificant. They are not. They accumulate, and one day, without ceremony, you realize something has changed. You feel steadier, less reactive, less divided. You don't need to prove who you are because you know. That knowing is quiet. It doesn't ask to be seen. It doesn't need witnesses. It simply stays with you. And that is the kind of strength that cannot be taken away, because it was never built for display. It was built for living. After choosing who you are in private, one final truth settles in, slowly, quietly, without drama. Time passes, emotions cool, faces change, circumstances move on. And what remains is not what you said in anger, not how sharply you struck back, not who you defeated. What remains is who you became. This is why virtue is the only revenge that ages well. Most forms of revenge are built for the moment. They rely on intensity, timing, and reaction. They feel powerful when the wound is fresh. But time is not kind to impulsive acts. What once felt justified begins to feel excessive. What once felt strong begins to feel crude. As perspective widens, the satisfaction shrinks. Virtue does the opposite. Virtue may feel unsatisfying at first. It doesn't create fireworks. It doesn't silence the pain immediately. It often feels like restraint without reward. But virtue has patience on its side. As time moves forward, its value becomes clearer. You don't cringe at it later. You don't need to explain it away. You don't wish you had chosen differently.
It holds up.
The Stoics believed that time is the ultimate judge, not public opinion, not immediate outcomes. Time reveals whether a response came from wisdom or impulse. When you look back years later, revenge often looks small. Virtue looks stable. There is a unique peace that comes from knowing you handled something well, even if it hurt at the time. That peace deepens with age. It becomes part of your inner history. You remember not just what happened, but how you met it, and that memory strengthens you instead of haunting you.
Revenge leaves residue. Virtue leaves clarity.
As years pass, people who relied on revenge often grow hardened. Their stories are still sharp, their grievances still active. They carry the same emotional weight long after the situation ended. Time did not heal them because they kept reopening the wound through memory and identity. Those who chose virtue age differently inside. The edge softens. The event becomes smaller. The lesson remains, but the bitterness dissolves. What stays is understanding, not innocence,
not naivety, but grounded awareness. Virtue does not deny reality. It absorbs it without distortion. Another reason virtue ages well is that it does not depend on outcomes. Revenge needs validation. It needs the other person to regret, suffer, or acknowledge defeat. If that never happens, revenge feels incomplete. Virtue requires nothing in return. Its reward is internal and already delivered. This makes it resilient. The Stoics saw virtue as the only possession that cannot be taken by time, loss, or circumstance. Everything else changes. Status fades, strength weakens, applause disappears, but character compounds. The older you get, the more valuable it becomes. Virtue also frees you from narrative attachment. You don't need to keep telling the story of what happened to justify who you are now. You don't need to keep revisiting the past to feel right. You move forward cleanly. The story closes naturally. Revenge keeps stories alive. Virtue lets them end. As time passes, people notice patterns. Not isolated moments, but consistency. They see who remains steady, who doesn't grow cynical, who doesn't need bitterness to feel protected. That reputation forms quietly, not as someone feared, but as someone solid. But even if no one notices, virtue still pays. You notice that your memories don't sting as much, that you sleep better, that your mind doesn't replay scenes endlessly, that you don't brace for conflict the way you used to. Life feels less sharp, more workable, more open. This is the long-term reward no act of revenge can offer. The Stoics believed that a good life is one that can be remembered without self-reproach. When you look back, you don't want to see a trail of reactions. You want to see decisions. Moments where you chose alignment over impulse, dignity over domination, clarity over catharsis. Virtue is not dramatic. It doesn't satisfy the ego immediately, but ego satisfaction fades. Inner peace endures. This is why virtue is the only revenge that ages well. It does not rot with time. It does not lose its justification. It does not turn into regret. It grows quieter, steadier, more valuable. Years from now, when the details blur and the emotions soften, you won't remember the thrill of almost any retaliation, but you will remember the moments you stayed true. Those moments will still feel right. Not exciting, not triumphant, but right. And that is enough. Because when all else fades, what you are left with is not what you took from others, but what you preserved in yourself. That is the kind of victory time cannot undo. And that is why the best revenge was never revenge at all. After seeing how virtue outlasts every impulse, a quieter question starts to surface. One that feels uncomfortable precisely because it sounds so reasonable. What about standing up for yourself? Surely that's healthy, necessary, even virtuous, and often it is. But hidden inside that phrase is a subtle ego trap that many people fall into without noticing. Standing up for yourself can come from clarity or from wounded pride. The difference is not obvious in the moment, but it matters more than most people realize. The ego is clever. It rarely announces itself as ego. It disguises itself as principle, strength, and self-respect. It tells you that if you don't respond, you're being weak. That if you don't correct someone, you're letting them win. That silence equals submission. These thoughts feel convincing because they borrow the language of dignity while quietly serving insecurity. The Stoics were deeply aware of this danger. They believed that true self-respect does not need constant defense. It is internal, stable, not easily threatened by words, opinions, or misunderstandings. When self-respect is solid, you don't feel compelled to assert it at every opportunity. The ego, on the other hand, feels fragile. It needs reinforcement. It needs to be seen. When it feels challenged, it rushes forward wearing the mask of courage. "I'm just standing up for myself," it says. But look closer. Often what's really happening is an attempt to soothe a bruised identity. This is where the trap closes. Standing up for yourself becomes less about protecting boundaries and more about protecting image. Tone sharpens. The need to be right intensifies. You stop listening. You interrupt. You escalate. What began as self-respect turns into self-assertion for its own sake. The original issue fades. The performance takes over. The Stoics warned that ego-driven action always feels urgent. It cannot wait. It needs immediate correction, immediate response, immediate restoration of status. That urgency is a clue. Clarity is calm. Ego is rushed. True boundaries do not require heat. They are stated plainly and enforced quietly. You don't need to convince. You don't need to dominate. You simply decide what you will and will not accept and act accordingly. There is no drama in this, no speech, no showdown. Ego-driven standing up seeks witnesses. It wants acknowledgement. It wants the other person to feel small so you can feel restored. But when your sense of self depends on the reaction you receive, you have already given away your center. Another sign of the ego trap is repetition. You keep explaining yourself. You keep revisiting the conversation. You replay it in your mind, thinking of better lines. If the boundary was truly about self-respect, it would end cleanly. When ego is involved, it lingers. It needs to be fed. The Stoics believed that the cleanest form of self-respect leaves no emotional residue. You state what is necessary. You disengage. You move on. If you feel compelled to keep fighting, something else is driving the behavior. This doesn't mean you never speak up. Silence can also be ego when it's used to appear superior or to punish. The question is always the same. What is motivating this action? Peace or pride? Clarity or control? Ego wants to win the moment. Self-respect wants to preserve the self. Another subtle trap is confusing discomfort with disrespect. Not every uncomfortable interaction is a violation. Not every disagreement requires defense. Sometimes what feels like an attack is simply difference. Ego interprets difference as threat. Wisdom does not. The Stoics taught that you don't need to correct every misinterpretation. You don't need to respond to every slight. You don't need to prove who you are. Your life speaks louder than your reactions. When you are anchored in that understanding, the urge to stand up unnecessarily fades. There is also humility in recognizing when your ego is involved. It doesn't make you weak. It makes you honest. Everyone has this impulse. The practice is not eliminating it, but not obeying it blindly. You pause, you question, you choose. Over time, this discernment changes how you carry yourself. You become less reactive, not more passive, more selective, not more silent. You stand up when it actually matters and stay seated when it doesn't. That selectiveness is strength. The Stoics believed that dignity is not proven through confrontation, but preserved through restraint. When you stop confusing ego defense with self-respect, life becomes quieter. You engage less, but with more intention. You stop exhausting yourself trying to maintain an image. And something important happens. People sense the difference. Your words carry more weight because they are rare. Your boundaries are taken seriously because they are consistent. You don't posture,
You don't threaten, you simply act. That is real self-respect.
The subtle ego trap hidden inside standing up for yourself is not that standing up is wrong. It's that the ego often hijacks the act and turns it into a performance. The Stoic path asks for something harder, to stand firmly without needing to stand loudly. When you learn that difference, you stop defending who you are.
You start living it.
And that quiet confidence does more to protect you than any confrontation ever could. After recognizing how ego disguises itself as self-defense, attention naturally turns inward. If reacting, proving, and correcting are not the source of strength, then what is? This is where the idea of inner order becomes unavoidable, not as a concept, but as a lived experience. Inner order changes how chaos lands. External chaos is loud by nature. Unpredictable people, sudden conflict, unfair outcomes, sharp words, constant noise. For most people, this chaos sets the tone of the inner world. Mood follows circumstance. Peace depends on conditions. Stability feels fragile because it is always borrowed from outside. Inner order reverses that relationship. When there is order inside, chaos does not disappear, but it loses authority. It no longer dictates your emotional weather. It becomes background noise rather than a controlling force. You notice it, but you are not rearranged by it. The Stoics believed that disorder outside is inevitable. People will act irrationally, systems will fail, life will disrupt plans. Expecting otherwise creates constant frustration. Inner order is the adjustment that makes reality livable. It is not about controlling events, but about organizing response. Inner order begins with clarity. You know what matters and what does not. You know what is within your control and what never was. This clarity acts like a filter. Chaos hits the filter first, not your nervous system. Many things simply don't pass through. This is why inner order feels like calm, but it is not passive calm. It is structured calm, built from decisions made long before the moment arrives. Decisions about values, about boundaries, about where your energy goes. When chaos appears, there is no debate. The system already exists. People without inner order experience chaos as personal. Every disruption feels like an attack. Every inconvenience feels meaningful. Every conflict feels urgent. They are constantly responding because nothing inside them is stable enough to absorb impact.
Inner order absorbs impact.
It doesn't mean you feel nothing. It means feelings don't scatter you. You experience them, but they move through a structure that keeps you oriented. You don't lose your sense of self every time the environment shifts. This is why inner order makes external chaos feel irrelevant, not unimportant, but non-defining. The Stoics trained this through daily discipline. Reflection, self-questioning, rehearsing responses. Not to control the world, but to prepare the mind. When the mind is prepared, chaos feels familiar instead of threatening. You've already met it internally. Inner order also removes urgency. Chaos demands immediate reaction. It creates pressure to act now, speak now, fix now. Inner order introduces delay. Delay introduces choice. Choice restores agency. You stop reacting to the loudest thing in the room and start responding to what actually matters. This delay is where peace lives. Another effect of inner order is proportion. Chaos exaggerates. It makes small things feel huge and temporary. Problems feel permanent. Inner order restores scale. You see the situation as it is, not as emotion frames it. This alone reduces suffering dramatically. People often think peace comes from reducing chaos, but chaos is not the problem. Lack of inner order is. You can be in a calm environment and feel anxious. You can be in a chaotic one and feel steady. The difference is internal structure. Inner order also clarifies responsibility. You stop trying to fix what isn't yours. You stop carrying emotions that don't belong to you. You stop answering questions that weren't asked. Chaos thrives on misplaced responsibility. Inner order corrects that misplacement. The Stoics believe that much suffering comes from confusing influence with obligation. You may be affected by events, but you are not obligated to be ruled by them. Inner order keeps that distinction clear. As this order strengthens, something subtle happens. You become less interesting to chaos. Drama needs participation. It needs reaction. It needs emotional availability. Inner order reduces all three. Chaos may still knock, but it doesn't find an open door. This doesn't mean people stop being chaotic around you. It means their chaos doesn't spread. You don't amplify it. You don't echo it. You don't internalize it. Over time, this changes dynamics. Some people calm down around you. Others drift away. Both outcomes are natural. Inner order is not built through one decision. It is built through repetition. Each time you choose restraint. Each time you choose clarity over reaction. Each time you refuse to let emotion override principle. These choices stack quietly. Eventually, order becomes the default. At that point, external chaos loses its leverage. Not because it stopped existing, but because it stopped being central. You don't organize your inner life around what is unstable. You organize it around what endures. The Stoics saw this as the highest form of freedom. Not freedom from difficulty, but freedom from being governed by it. You still act, you still respond, but you do so from alignment, not agitation. Inner order does not make you invulnerable. It makes you unshakable. Chaos may pass through your day. It may enter conversations. It may disrupt plans. But it does not rearrange who you are. That is why inner order makes external chaos irrelevant. Not invisible, not harmless, just powerless. And once you live from that place, the world can be as loud as it wants. You remain steady, because your center is no longer outside of you. When inner order is established, the idea of power begins to change. Not slowly, but fundamentally. You stop measuring power by how much influence you have over others, and start noticing something quieter and far more reliable. The ability to remain whole, regardless of what enters your space. This is what the Stoics meant by power as self-containment. Most people think power is outward, the ability to persuade, to dominate, to win, to control outcomes. But all of these forms of power depend on conditions, on other people cooperating, on situations unfolding a certain way. When those conditions change, the power disappears. What looks strong on the surface is actually fragile. Self-containment is different. Self-containment means your inner state is not leaking. Your emotions are felt, but not spilling. Your thoughts are active, but not running unchecked. Your identity is intact, even when circumstances are not. You are not numb. You are regulated, and regulation is strength that does not require permission. The Stoics believed that anything you cannot lose without breaking is not true power. If power depends on being respected, it collapses when you are disrespected. If it depends on being feared, it disappears when fear fades. If it depends on control, it panics when control is threatened. Self-containment survives all of this because it is internal.
This is why a self-contained person feels different in a room. Not louder, not more aggressive, just settled. Their presence does not reach outward to manage others. It holds inward. That holding changes the atmosphere without effort. People often confuse self-containment with emotional suppression, but suppression is tight, rigid, unstable. Self-containment is spacious. You can feel anger without acting on it. You can feel fear without collapsing. You can feel sadness without drowning. The emotion exists inside a structure that can hold it. That structure is built through repeated choice. The Stoics practiced this daily. They reflected on what was within their control and what was not. They trained themselves to respond, not react. They anticipated difficulty so it would not shock them when it arrived. This was not pessimism, it was preparation. Preparation creates containment. When you are self-contained, you don't rush to discharge emotion. You don't need immediate relief. You can sit with discomfort long enough to choose wisely. That ability alone makes you difficult to manipulate. Most manipulation relies on urgency, pressure, emotional flooding. Self-containment neutralizes all three. This is why uncontrolled people often feel unsettled around someone self-contained. There is no opening, no emotional hook, no leak to grab onto. The usual tactics fall flat. Provocation loses effect. Drama loses traction. Not because you resisted it aggressively, but because there was nowhere for it to land. The Stoics saw this as real power. Not the power to impose, but the power to remain undisturbed, to act from reason rather than impulse, to stay aligned when others are scattered. This power does not announce itself. It reveals itself over time. Self-containment also simplifies decision-making. When your inner state is stable, you don't need to consult your emotions for permission. You consult your principles. This removes confusion. You don't debate every feeling. You acknowledge it and move on. Life becomes less noisy internally. Another overlooked aspect of self-containment is dignity. When your emotions are contained, your behavior is measured. You don't overshare. You don't overreact. You don't expose yourself unnecessarily. This protects your self-respect. You don't need to clean up emotional messes later. You don't regret how you showed up. This dignity is not pride, it is order. The Stoics believed that dignity comes from self-command. If you can command yourself, you do not need to command others. If you cannot command yourself, no amount of authority over others will satisfy you. Self-containment resolves this tension. It also creates resilience. When hardship comes, you are not scattered. You may bend, but you do not break. You may feel pain, but you are not consumed by it. This resilience is not dramatic. It does not look heroic. It looks calm. It looks boring to those addicted to intensity, but it endures. Self-containment also restores freedom. You are free from needing reactions, free from needing validation, free from needing outcomes to feel okay. This freedom allows you to act with precision. You engage when it matters. You withdraw when it doesn't. You don't act just to feel something. The Stoics understood that most suffering comes from inner spillage, thoughts running wild, emotions overflowing, identity tied to external events. Self-containment seals those leaks. You stop bleeding energy into situations that cannot give anything back. Over time, this practice changes how you see yourself. You stop asking, "How do I look?" and start asking, "Am I aligned?" That shift is subtle but profound. Appearance loses importance.
Integrity gains weight. Your sense of power becomes internal and stable, and this power does not age poorly. It does not depend on youth, status, or circumstance. In fact, it deepens with time. Each challenge reinforces it. Each restraint strengthens it. Each moment of self-command adds to it.
This is why the Stoics defined power so differently from the world. To them, the most powerful person in the room was not the loudest, the most feared, or the most admired.
It was the one who could hold themselves together, no matter what entered the room. Once power is understood as self-containment, another uncomfortable truth comes into view. The moments you react without thinking are not moments of freedom. They are moments of exposure. Because the faster you react, the easier you are to predict, and what is predictable can be controlled. Reactivity follows patterns, always has. When someone knows what triggers you, they no longer need to know you. They only need to press the right button. Tone, timing, silence, accusation, dismissal. Once these patterns are learned, your responses become almost mechanical. The body tightens, the emotion rises, the reaction follows. And just like that, choice disappears. The Stoics saw this as a loss of sovereignty. When you react automatically, you hand over your internal steering wheel. Your behavior becomes a response to stimuli rather than an expression of will. You are no longer acting, you are being acted upon. The world pulls and you move, again and again. Predictability feels safe to the ego. It tells you that at least you're consistent, but consistency without awareness is not strength. It is habit, and habits can be exploited. People who are reactive are easy to manage. They escalate when provoked. They explain when challenged. They defend when questioned. They withdraw when ignored. None of this is random. It forms a map. And once someone learns the map, they don't need force. They use timing. The Stoics warned that emotional immediacy is the enemy of freedom. When emotion demands instant response, reason has no time to enter. Without reason, behavior becomes reflexive. Reflexes are useful for survival, but disastrous for autonomy. Reacting feels honest. I'm just expressing how I feel. But expression without restraint is not honesty. It's exposure. You reveal your vulnerabilities without protecting them. You show where you're sensitive, where you feel insecure, where you can be unsettled. That information doesn't disappear once expressed. It stays available. This is why reacting makes you controllable, not because others are malicious, but because systems, people, and environments respond to predictability. If anger reliably produces engagement, anger will be used. If guilt reliably produces compliance, guilt will be applied. If silence reliably unsettles you, silence will be repeated.
The world adapts to what works.
The Stoics believed that freedom begins where delay exists. Delay between feeling and action. Delay between impulse and response. That delay breaks predictability. When reactions slow down, patterns weaken. When patterns weaken, control dissolves. A person who does not react immediately becomes difficult to manage, not because they are aggressive or dominant, but because their responses are not guaranteed. You don't know what will provoke them. You don't know what will move them. And uncertainty removes leverage. This is why calm people often feel powerful without trying to be. Reactivity also shrinks your options. When you react, you usually choose between two extremes: attack or retreat, defend or withdraw, escalate or shut down. These options feel limited because they are. Reaction narrows the field.
Response expands it. The Stoics trained themselves to widen that field. They practiced asking, what is the most appropriate action here? Not, what do I feel like doing? Appropriateness requires assessment. Assessment requires time. Time interrupts predictability. Another cost of reacting is regret. When you act reflexively, you often act from a temporary emotional state. That state passes. The action remains. You then spend energy explaining, apologizing, or justifying. This cleanup reinforces the original pattern. You react, then repair, react, then repair. Others learn to expect this cycle. Self-contained people break the cycle entirely. They do not offer immediate emotional access. They do not reward provocation with engagement. They do not reveal their inner weather on demand. This doesn't mean they are cold. It means they are deliberate. Deliberation frustrates control. The Stoics believed that the highest form of freedom is not the freedom to do whatever you feel, but the freedom to not do what you feel when it would cost you alignment. This freedom is invisible, but profound. It shows up as choice where others feel compulsion. Reactivity also keeps you living in the past. You respond to current situations with old emotional templates. Someone reminds you of someone else. A tone echoes a past wound. A delay triggers an old fear. You react not to what is happening, but to what once happened. That makes you doubly predictable, because your reactions are anchored in history. Control thrives on unexamined memory. The Stoic response was to bring every moment back into the present, to ask, is this the same situation, or does it just feel similar? This question alone disrupts automatic reaction. It reintroduces thought. Thought restores agency. Over time, reducing reactivity changes how you experience yourself. You stop feeling pulled around by external events. You stop bracing for emotional hijacking. You trust your capacity to pause. That trust becomes stabilizing. Others feel the difference. You no longer give away your emotional playbook. Your behavior becomes measured. Your presence becomes harder to predict, not erratic, but intentional. You don't swing wildly. You move when it matters. This is not about becoming unreadable. It's about becoming unmanageable by impulse. The Stoics did not seek to eliminate emotion. They sought to remove its authority over action. When emotion informs rather than commands, behavior regains flexibility. And flexibility is the opposite of control. Reacting feels like honesty, but it is often surrender. Surrender of timing, surrender of choice, surrender of inner direction. When you stop reacting automatically, you stop being easy to use. You stop being a predictable lever in someone else's system. You reclaim authorship over your responses. And once that happens, something shifts permanently. You are no longer moved simply because something touched you. You are no longer steered by provocation. You are no longer controlled by familiarity. You respond, and response, chosen, deliberate, grounded, is where freedom actually lives. When you stop reacting and reclaim authorship over your responses, another temptation quietly loses its grip. The urge to fix people, to correct them, to teach them a lesson, to make sure they understand what they did wrong. This urge feels responsible, even righteous, but more often than not, it is ego in disguise. Ego hates unfinished business. It wants closure on its terms. It wants to be the instrument of justice, the hand that restores balance. When someone behaves badly, ego leans forward and says, "I'll handle this." But strength does not rush in to repair what life is already capable of correcting. Letting consequences handle what ego wants to fix is one of the most difficult forms of restraint, and one of the most powerful.
Most people intervene too early. They interrupt natural outcomes with emotional reactions. They argue, they chase, they retaliate. In doing so, they shield others from the very consequences that might teach them something. Ego feels satisfied because it acted, but nothing actually changes.
The Stoics understood that reality is a far better teacher than confrontation. People rarely learn through being told. They learn through friction with the world, through loss of trust, through doors closing, through patterns repeating until they can no longer ignore them. When you step back and allow this process to unfold, you are not being passive, you are being precise. Ego wants to correct behavior because it wants to feel powerful. Consequences correct behavior because they are impersonal. There is a deep strength in stepping aside and letting reality speak. You don't need to explain why someone's behavior was unacceptable if your absence already communicates it. You don't need to argue about respect if your boundaries quietly remove access. You don't need to punish when life is already doing the work. This approach feels uncomfortable at first because it denies ego the release it craves. There is no confrontation, no dramatic resolution, no sense of victory. Instead, there is patience, silence, distance, trust in time, and ego hates waiting. But patience reveals something important. Many people only change when they feel the cost of their behavior, not when they hear about it. The Stoics believed that over-involvement is often a form of control disguised as care. When you rush to fix, you are assuming responsibility for someone else's development. You are placing yourself in the role of judge, teacher, or enforcer. That role is heavy and unnecessary. Letting consequences handle things restores balance without corruption. You don't need to harden your heart or sharpen your words. You simply stop compensating for dysfunction. You allow people to experience the results of their own choices without interference. This is not cruelty. It is respect for reality. Another hidden benefit of this approach is self-preservation. When ego insists on fixing, you stay emotionally entangled. You replay conversations. You monitor reactions. You wonder if your message landed. Your peace becomes tied to outcomes you cannot control. Letting consequences work frees you from that entanglement. You don't need to watch the lesson unfold. You don't need updates. You don't need acknowledgement. You move on. The Stoics placed great value on this detachment, not because they were indifferent, but because they understood limits. You can control your actions. You cannot control how others grow. Trying to do both leads to frustration and resentment. Letting consequences act also protects your character. When ego fixes, it often does so with force, with sarcasm, with judgment, with a desire to be seen as right. These methods may feel justified, but they leave residue. You walk away knowing you crossed a line, even if the other person deserved it. Consequences leave no such residue. You remain clean. Your hands stay empty. You don't need to explain yourself later. You don't need to reconcile who you are with what you did. You acted in alignment, then stepped back. This restraint is often misunderstood. Others may say you're avoiding conflict, that you're letting things slide, that you're being too soft. But these judgments usually come from people who equate action with noise. Strength does not need to announce itself. The Stoics believed that time is the most honest judge. When you let consequences unfold, time clarifies everything. Patterns become visible. Behavior reveals itself repeatedly. The truth emerges without your intervention, and when it does, it carries more weight than anything you could have said in the heat of the moment.
There is also humility in this choice. You accept that you are not responsible for teaching everyone, that not every wrong needs your involvement, that your role is not to manage the moral universe, but to manage yourself. This humility lightens the load. Letting consequences handle things does not mean staying in harmful situations. It often means leaving them. It means withdrawing energy instead of escalating conflict. It means allowing absence, distance, and silence to communicate what words never could.
And those messages are often the loudest.
Over time, this practice reshapes how you experience conflict. You feel less urgency, less need to prove, less temptation to correct. You trust the process of cause and effect. You trust that reality does not need your ego to function. This trust is calming. Ego wants to fix because it cannot tolerate discomfort. Strength tolerates discomfort long enough to avoid unnecessary damage. That tolerance is not weakness, it is maturity. The Stoics believed that wisdom often looks like inaction to those who don't understand it. But beneath that stillness is discernment, knowing when to act and when not to interfere. When you let consequences do the work, you stop exhausting yourself trying to force lessons. You stop engaging in battles that don't lead anywhere. You stop carrying the burden of outcomes that aren't yours. You simply live your values. And in doing so, you allow the world to respond naturally. Sometimes people change. Sometimes they don't. Either way, you remain intact. That is the strength ego can never replicate.
Because ego needs to fix to feel whole.
But you already are. When you stop letting ego fix what consequences can handle, a deeper realization settles in. The real danger was never what they did to you. It was what you might become in response. Because every moment of conflict carries a quiet question aimed at your future. Who will you be after this?
Not becoming like them is not about moral superiority. It is about preservation.
Every reaction is a rehearsal. Each time you respond with bitterness, contempt, or cruelty, even if justified, you are practicing a version of yourself. The mind does not separate this one time from habit. It learns through repetition. What you allow once becomes easier the next time. Slowly, almost invisibly, behavior hardens into character. This is how people drift away from who they intended to be. The Stoics understood that the future self is fragile, not weak, but impressionable. It is shaped less by dramatic decisions and more by repeated small choices under pressure. When you allow yourself to become sharp because someone else was sharp, guarded because someone else was manipulative, cold because someone else was cruel, you are letting the past author your future.
Not becoming like them interrupts that transfer.
There is a particular tragedy in surviving harm only to inherit the very traits that caused it. You escape the situation, but you carry its patterns forward. The voice that once judged you becomes your inner voice. The manipulation you endured becomes a tactic you justify. The emotional distance you resented becomes your default setting. This is not healing. It is continuation. The Stoics believed that character is the only possession that travels intact through time. Money changes, roles shift, relationships end, but who you are accompanies you into every future moment. Damaging that for short-term relief is an expensive trade. When you refuse to become like those who hurt you, you are protecting something most people don't think about until it's gone: your future peace. You are ensuring that when the memory fades, you don't remain shaped by it. You allow the event to end where it belongs, instead of letting it echo through years of behavior.
This refusal requires restraint in moments when restraint feels unnatural. Anger argues that becoming harder is wisdom, that cynicism is realism, that closing off is protection. But these are shortcuts. They solve today's pain by borrowing against tomorrow's clarity.
Not becoming like them is choosing long-term integrity over short-term relief. There is also a quiet dignity in this choice. You don't need to prove that you are different. You simply live differently. You don't respond with the same tactics. You don't mirror the same energy. You don't let their worst moment become your training ground. This dignity is not loud. It doesn't demand recognition, but it is felt internally first. You notice that your reactions remain familiar to you. You still recognize yourself under pressure. You don't surprise yourself with who you become. That familiarity is stabilizing. The Stoics believed that the deepest fear is not being hurt, but becoming someone you don't respect. When you act against your values, even briefly, something fractures. You may justify it intellectually, but the inner tension remains. Preserving your future self means avoiding those fractures before they form. Another overlooked aspect of this preservation is emotional range. When you harden in response to harm, you don't just block pain, you block joy. You block curiosity. You block trust. The future becomes narrower, not because life offers less, but because you allow yourself to feel less. Not becoming like them keeps the future open.
It allows you to heal without calcifying, to learn without closing, to grow without shrinking. This balance is rare because it requires patience. It requires sitting with discomfort without letting it redesign you. The Stoics often spoke of shaping the self as a lifelong craft. Each encounter was material. You could shape it intentionally or let it shape you accidentally. Becoming like those who hurt you is accidental shaping. Refusing that is craftsmanship. This does not mean remaining soft in unsafe environments. Preservation includes boundaries, distance, discernment. But these actions are clean. They do not require you to adopt ugliness to protect yourself from it. They do not poison the future version of you. There is also freedom in knowing that you are not defined by your worst experiences. When you refuse to mirror harm, you ensure that the event remains an event, not an identity. You don't carry it forward as personality. You don't reference it constantly in your choices. It becomes part of your history, not your operating system. Over time, this choice compounds. Each instance where you choose not to become like them reinforces a self-image rooted in agency. You are not a product of what happened. You are a product of how you responded over time. The future self benefits quietly. You wake up with less tension. You approach new people with less suspicion. You don't flinch as easily. You don't carry unnecessary armor. Life feels lighter, not because it's safer, but because you are not dragging old versions of yourself into new days.
This is the preservation most people overlook while chasing justice, revenge, or release. They fight for the past and sacrifice the future without realizing it.
The Stoics chose differently. They believed that the ultimate victory was not over others, but over the temptation to let others define who you become. When you resist that temptation, you do something powerful. You protect the person you have not yet met, the version of you that will live years from now with the consequences of today's choices. Not becoming like them is not about mercy for others. It is mercy for your future self, the self who will inherit your habits, your tone, your way of seeing the world. Preserve that self, because long after the conflict is forgotten, you will still be living with who you chose to become. When you protect your future self by refusing to become like those who hurt you, something unexpected happens in the present. You stop reaching for sharp responses. You stop mirroring intensity. And what replaces all of that is calm, not forced, not performative, just calm. And this is where many people misunderstand what they're witnessing. Calm is not neutral. Calm is not empty. Calm is not weakness. Calm is intimidating because it removes leverage. Most people are used to emotional feedback. They push and something pushes back. They provoke and something reacts. This feedback tells them where they stand. It gives them a sense of control over the interaction. When you stay calm, that feedback disappears. There is nothing to measure against, nothing to escalate with, nothing to grab. That absence is unsettling. Calm does not give people what they expect, and when expectations are broken, power dynamics shift. The person who is emotional loses the advantage they thought they had. Their intensity no longer works. Their urgency no longer dictates the pace. Their attempt to destabilize you fails quietly. This is why calm often triggers stronger reactions from others. They raise their voice. They repeat themselves. They accuse you of not caring. These are not signs of your weakness. They are signs that their usual tools are failing. The Stoics understood that intimidation does not come from threat. It comes from unavailability. When someone cannot pull you into reaction, they cannot control the direction of the moment. Calm removes access to your nervous system. And without that access, manipulation has nowhere to land. Calm is also intimidating because it signals self-command. You are not scrambling to defend yourself. You are not rushing to prove anything. You are not seeking approval or resolution in the heat of the moment. That steadiness communicates something powerful without words. I am not afraid of this situation. Fear drives most aggression. When calm enters the space, it exposes that fear. The contrast becomes obvious. One person is regulated, the other is not. And that imbalance is uncomfortable for the person who is losing control. Another reason calm intimidates is that it slows time. Emotional intensity wants speed. It wants quick responses, immediate decisions, fast conclusions. Calm refuses that pace. It introduces silence, pauses, space. In that space, impulsive arguments weaken. Poor reasoning becomes visible. Excess emotion loses its cover. This slowing down feels like resistance, but it's not resistance through force. It's resistance through grounding. The Stoics believed that most conflict thrives on momentum. Once momentum is interrupted, clarity has a chance to enter. Calm interrupts momentum better than confrontation ever could. It does not push back. It stops the push from continuing. Calm is also intimidating because it suggests independence. You are not dependent on the other person's mood to regulate your own. You are not desperate for the interaction to end in your favor. You are okay with uncertainty. That independence threatens anyone who relies on emotional pressure to feel secure. People who escalate often do so because escalation has worked before. It has gotten reactions, concessions, apologies, engagement. When calm replaces reaction, those patterns collapse. And when patterns collapse, insecurity surfaces. The Stoics saw calm as a form of quiet authority, not authority imposed, but authority earned through self-mastery. When you remain composed, you are not asserting dominance, but you are demonstrating it. You are showing that your inner state is not for sale. This is why calm often ends arguments without resolving them verbally.
The emotional charge dissipates. There is nothing to fight against. The conflict either de-escalates or reveals itself as one-sided. Either outcome restores clarity. Calm also protects you internally. When you respond with calm, you don't leave behind regret. You don't replay the exchange, wishing you had acted differently. You don't need to repair your own behavior afterward. That internal cleanliness reinforces confidence, and confidence compounds.
Over time, people learn that calm is your default. They approach you differently, some with respect, some with hesitation, some not at all. Calm becomes a boundary without needing explanation.
This doesn't mean calm always feels comfortable. Holding it can be challenging when emotions are intense, but the Stoics believed that discomfort is a small price for self-command. The moment passes. Your integrity remains. Calm is intimidating because it cannot be rushed, baited, or bullied. It does not signal fear. It does not signal submission. It signals choice. And choice is the one thing uncontrolled behavior cannot compete with. In a world that equates power with volume and dominance with aggression, calm stands apart. It doesn't need to announce itself. It doesn't need to threaten. It simply holds its ground. And that quiet refusal to be moved is deeply unsettling to those who depend on movement. Calm says, "I see you. I am not shaken. I will respond when and if it makes sense." That message does not escalate conflict. It ends it. Because once calm is present, the struggle loses its stage. And without a stage, intimidation dissolves, leaving only clarity behind. In the end, every lesson returns to the same quiet truth. Revenge promises relief, but it steals the future. Reaction feels powerful, but it gives control away. Becoming like those who hurt you may feel justified, but it is the only outcome where you lose yourself. The Stoics understood something most people learn too late. The real battle is never with others. It's with the part of you that wants to trade inner peace for temporary satisfaction. When you choose restraint over retaliation, clarity over chaos, and character over catharsis, you don't just avoid harm, you preserve who you are becoming. The best revenge is not silence, not dominance, not